Just for those who are here on time, thank you. We're just waiting for a quorum, which isn't ideal. Okay. So we're going to get cracking. So welcome to the final Transport Resilience Infrastructure Committee meeting for this year. And we will move into apologies. We have one apology for absence, which is Angela Dalton, and we have one apology for lateness, Josephine Bartley. So someone like to move those? Thank you, Richard. Seconded, Greg. Those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Yeah. I was going to say something, but I'm not, because you're here. We've had requests for electronic attendance, understanding order 3.3.3 for Hokura member Billy Brown, Alf, Lotu, Kieran to go later on, Deputy Mayor Desley to leave later on, Wayne Walker, John Watson and Morris.
Happy to move.
All. Thank you, Chris. Seconder. Yep. Thanks, Desley. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. I do wonder whether we start to need to have a look at our standing orders in regards to electronic attendance and voting. But that's for another day.
Point of order, Chair, sorry. Do we have reasons?
Yep, so the reasons have been either A or B, which is there's no emergencies, but there is a number of ill health and other things. So they've all been, LATA goes through those with a fine-tooth comb and does go back to people and say, no, you provide us with a reason, and so they all fall within standing orders as they currently stand. Something for the new year. Okay, so next is declarations of interest. Oh, sorry. That's right, I was waiting for you.
Sorry, we did talk about this beforehand. So it's not a conflict of interest, but just acknowledging that my husband is presenting shortly on behalf of the union of which I am a member, but I've played no part in the preparation of the work that they're bringing to you today. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Julie. And just to note, Michael, she needs a new bike because it doesn't fit in the elevators at Newmarket.
I actually asked for new lifts.
That's right.
I asked for new lifts, not a new bike.
New lifts.
Bike's fine.
Okay, confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 7th of November, which is an open meeting. Someone like to move? Thanks, Chris. Seconder. Thanks, Desley. Any discussion on those? None. All those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Public input. So we've had one request for public input, and so it is a pleasure to welcome up Michael Wood, I think Chris Rigby and Tane Hippolyte. Is that right? Tane, sorry mate. So welcome up. It's been a long time coming. We've bounced this one around a few times, and so great to see you here this morning. So the floor's all yours.
Oh, there you go, look at that. Tēnā koe, I'm Chris Rigby, ETU organiser for TAU Auckland Live. Today I'm going to introduce to you Tane Hippolyte, who is one of our delegates at Auckland Live, or TAU, working out of the Aotea Centre. And what Tane will be talking about is the potential impacts that impending congestion charges may have on waged workers in the CBD, particularly those that work outside of the hours or hours that cross over the ones in which public transport operates. Just a bit more about the members that we cover, so not just TAU Auckland Live, but we cover many members in the roles of security, cleaning and hospitality around the Auckland CBD. I'll pass you on to Tane.
Kia ora, Chris. Forgive me, I've written down my words so that I don't get lost. But tēnā koutou katoa, everyone. My name is Tane. So I work for Tātaki Auckland Unlimited as part of the event services team. So I am speaking on behalf of our E2 members employed there. So we cover lots of different components, as Chris covered. So there's the security team, the housekeeping, cleaning team, the hospitality team, and the technical positions. And with this potential introduction of a congestion charge, my members are a little bit concerned about fairness. There's an acknowledgement there that with many white-collar jobs, there's an ability to adjust their travel times to avoid this charge. And I understand that that is completely one component of the intention to reduce congestion. However, with these workers typically working on lower wages with irregular hours, we have very specific start times and finish times. And so therefore the ability to adjust our travel time to avoid that charge is just not a fundamental option for us. So often we have very short shifts. 3-hour calls are not uncommon in our workplace. And so depending on how this congestion charge is set up, there is a concern that potentially these workers get double pinged, travelling in, travelling out of the CBD because of those higher cost of living, more people moving further and further out of the CBD, meaning that they're getting impacted, the potential to be impacted by this congestion charge. So using myself as an example, just touching on, in the last couple of months, I've had a wide range of start and finish times, anywhere between a 4 or 5 a.m. start through to 1 a.m. finishes, but I often have also had many 7:30, 8 a.m. starts. So it really jumps around when we're impacted, how we could be impacted by the congestion charges. So a common justification talking about the congestion charge is that encouragement to use public transport. However, this rationale does fall short for those of us who have worked in the CBD, where we work outside of public transport hours. So for these guys, there is no other option available. And the complexities with public transport, such as multiple factors with transfers and frequent bus services, add to the complexities. There have been other changes as well in regards to on-street parking and the loss of subsidies for public transport that also make these options expensive. But just as an example, for this evening itself, Eastern Line, Southern Line, Western Line are all impacted by scheduled maintenance, meaning that there won't be certain trains running, meaning that rail buses are being used instead. Rail buses are often less accessible, often don't allow people to take bicycles upon them. They also are smaller than trains, so there can be other issues associated with it. Coming back to the point, I guess, is imposing this extra financial burden could render, for my colleagues and myself, many of our jobs financially unsustainable, is the concern. And so what we're asking for is just to be able to be a part of the policy construction, but I'll pass that more finesse to Michael.
Thank you, councillors. So coming to the substantial ask that we do have of you today, you will be aware, of course, that this is a significant change to the way that Auckland's transport system operates, and it does have real issues as a part of it. Unions collectively across Auckland are talking about this issue, and we represent 150,000 workers across the city. We take a pragmatic approach. We understand there are potentially real benefits to this being done well, but there are also costs to people. There's also a huge information gap across workers in terms of how it will affect them. We believe there is time to do this well and to do this collaboratively. And so the specific ask that we bring to the governing body is that there's clear political direction, that workers and union representation is involved in the development of design of a time of use charging scheme. We appreciate the work of AT officers in engaging with us already, and we do seek political direction from you, that we do continue to have that we don't just get consulted after a scheme is developed. We think that's the best way of developing a scheme that is effective and fair for everyone. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Just flick your microphone off again, Michael. Thank you. All good. Is that everything wrapped up? Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so questions? Daniel.
Good morning. I actually have a degree of sympathy for the concern that Etu is raising here. The challenge, though, is I'm not sure what the criteria are that would achieve the consensus that you reflect. So what is the character? is a characteristic of the landscape that there is already in place a PT option available as an alternate? Because I think that's going to be difficult. Or is it a situation whereby there are carve-outs, or is it about the quantum of price? What is it that would, what's your batting order in terms of the mitigations that you would see as appropriate to try and address the concern that you're raising?
Thank you, Councillor. We purposefully haven't jumped ahead to that and said that we're going to design up what we think the appropriate mitigation should be at this point. I think you've accurately identified the areas to look at, and that can relate around the timing of the scheme, the way in which a scheme is designed. I believe that there is a case for appropriate exemptions for certain groups or not. I recognise that becomes more difficult. The core ask that we're making at this table is that alongside other affected groups, we're involved in that discussion at the moment so that we can have some sensible and pragmatic discussions about what the mitigation should be. We understand that you are also waiting for the legislation to come forward, which will frame up what you can and can't do. So again, we want to see that and then get into a good discussion about how we can design a fair scheme.
Good. Shane.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if I may say, I completely agree with everything that you've said, and would also point out that a lot of the lower wage workers of our city are coming from further away, because that's where the housing has been built from decades of planning debacles. But I do have a question, Chair, or a couple actually. Should the focus be on the design of the charge, or is it even possible to design a charge that makes it fair for the workers you represent?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, as per the previous discussion, I think that clearly is one part of it. As I think you'll be aware, I think councillors probably have been briefed on the way that some of these schemes do operate internationally. The design of the charge itself is one of the areas in which you can consider the equity impacts. I think Tane made some really good points around the fact that we do have some workers who face choices and can shift travel patterns, and others who don't. As Tane has outlined, he's representing a particular group of workers who often have work at hours of the day that are very challenging and at which PT currently doesn't operate. So another consideration is, well, given the revenue that's derived from the scheme, how can that be used to offset some of those issues? Could it be that you look at addressing some of the public transport equity issues that are currently apparent, parts of the city that don't have good public transport connections, times of the day where there's not viable public transport, so that you do start to give people other options. So I think that, alongside the timing, the design of the charge, are all things that need to be sensibly considered and discussed. And we'd actually like to see some real modelling, some sitting down with workers like Tane to understand those patterns of travel as a part of this design process. So it's not just theoretical, we're actually dealing with real workers and their lives and thinking about how this can work in a way that's effective and fair. Anything you'd add, Tane?
I've got one more, yeah. Cool. Thank you very much. You've answered my second question, so I've just got one more as well. So you made a point there on the slides about the cordon versus network approach. Is there anything you could do to elaborate on that? Because that's quite a big issue for my ward in particular.
Yes, simply what we're noting here is that will have different impacts. So, a cordon approach, were it to be applied to the central city, will have a particular impact on workers like Tane and his colleagues. Yeah, there is a particular thing there which I suppose we want to point out, which is that I think there's often a view of the world that central city workers are all working in corporate jobs, in office blocks, and are highly paid. There are a lot of low-paid workers in the central city, and their needs need to be considered as a part of this design process. So just pointing that out in reflective cordon. The point here obviously is that a network approach potentially affects more people, and with a network approach you potentially run into a situation where more people get affected more times of the day. People make multiple trips. There are certain types of workers we represent, for example, care workers, who travel all around the city all day to go into elderly people's homes to give them important social care. And very often the costs of that work fall on them rather than their employer. So again, if you're going to run that approach, we want to make sure you're sitting down with us and those workers to think about how that works. Maybe you can manage that through a daily cap scheme and other mitigations, but that needs to be an input into a fair design scheme.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So we've got 3 more questions and then we'll wrap it up at that. So, Joe?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Apologies for lateness. Sorry I missed the first part of your presentation, and good to see you, Michael. I used to work hospitality, and I would finish at like 2 in the morning sometimes. So public transport is definitely not an option, not only for safety, but didn't really have very good access to public transport anyway, so I needed my car. So I think it's vital that your voice is at the table, and I appreciate you all being here representing the workers. My question is, do you think we should also be trying to engage with the big employers, like Sky City? I think they have a shuttle service for their workers that are working late at night in the because they're major hospitality employers. But do you think that would be another viable option, or we just fight on the ground?
That certainly sounds like a good idea. Anything that's going to go towards addressing this issue would make a lot of sense. I do know that they have their own arrangements, but there are many other employers that don't. But yeah.
Thanks, Joe. Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you, gentlemen, for coming along. A few of the tips and points and issues you've already shared, are really good food for thought already. You've only got a couple of minutes for this. So my questions, so thank you for being here. Right? My question's around in terms of the design, could you just clarify who you think you need to be engaging with? Is it with AT staff, or is it ministry staff, is it a combination? Is there some sort of working party? Can you just explain, who you'd like to be engaging with?
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. We want to be at the table with the senior officers who are designing the scheme that you ultimately and NZTA will be considering. We are aware that the signals sent by the Minister is that NZTA will potentially play an important role in the scheme design alongside the TLA, whatever one thinks of the merits of that. Whoever it is that's involved in the design of the scheme, we want to be at the table with them. And again, I just reiterate the point that we want to be doing that at an early and meaningful stage, rather than receiving a design and then being consulted on it. There's quite a long time to do this. There's going to be a reasonable run-in across the legislative period, and then across how you can get this set up. So we think there is time for good engagement with us, but also with other key organisations and groups who are going to have a say in this. And I think that's important too in terms of building up the consensus. The reality is, if you went out now and asked the 150,000 union members across Auckland what they thought of this, they would mainly have a negative reaction to it. And some of that will be based on the fact that people don't understand what some of the benefits could be. So let's use the time to design it well, and we can help with that, we believe. But we believe we can also help in terms of giving good information to people about how it could work, and helping people to understand that, yes, there are costs, but there could be benefits as well.
Chris?
Councillor Sayers has actually asked part of my question. So Michael, Tane and Chris, it's really very clear in terms of engaging early, but can I be very clear about my understanding of your position? You are in support, like you say, the benefits are recognised. You're in support of this. It's just about the implementation and therefore the importance of engagement.
I wouldn't quite go that far, Councillor Fletcher. The position that we have taken has simply been to say that we, as unions, our job is to be pragmatic. Organisations make decisions that affect the lives of working people, and it's our responsibility and duty to get the best outcome out of that as we can for working people. I don't think we would have a mandate at this stage to go out and say, yes, we support, or no, we oppose, because we haven't gone out and fully engaged with our members as a union, nor have other unions. But we do know that these impacts that we have identified are real. And as I say, we're prepared to have a mature, constructive discussion which recognises the benefits and then looks at the ways in which we can manage the costs or disbenefits to workers as fairly as possible.
Is it intended that at some future point you will engage with your members to identify whether you are then in support or otherwise?
Potentially, we will consider that, and as I say, unions across Auckland, and we do represent about 150,000 people, so it's a lot of people, can consider doing that. One of the things I have informally suggested to some of the AT officers, and again, just acknowledging them that they have reached out positively to us so far, there's no criticism of them in what we've presented today. We've said, for example, that one of the useful roles that we could play would be in helping to gather up workers, union delegates, people from parts of the city who are going to be affected by this in different ways, and helping to facilitate engagement between AT, Auckland Council, NZTA around how this could be designed in an effective way.
Thanks, if required.
Okay, so thanks for that. I did indicate that was the end of it. We've had a good thrash in it. At the end of the day, this is right at the very start of a process, and it's coming up next anyway on the agenda. So Chris has moved the vote of thanks. Shane is happy to second. Anything further? None. Those in favour say aye. Oh, I'd called the done. I mean, as I say, we're at the very start of a process, and we've had a good nut at this, and we started late.
I understand that that was a particular question rather than a comment. I'll ask them later on.
Yeah, if you could, that'd take it offline. That'd be good. We're going to keep the time. Okay. Those in favour say aye, and against. Aye. Carried. Thank you all. I think we did that twice. Nice work. So thank you. Michael, Chris, Tane, thanks very much. And I did see Graham down the back and Michael, who are sort of involved in that team, so I'm sure they will continue the engagement. Right, we've had one request and for local board input, and that was deferred. That was from the Henderson Massey local board. It was in regards to the Clover Drive blue-green network, and that item has been deferred to the February meeting, so the board have agreed to come back at that time. There are no items of extraordinary business, so the first item on the agenda is the report on the time of use charging, a program update. And as the team just comes forward, can I just, I guess we were late starting today because we had a number of people wander in late. We received one apology for lateness. It's sort of, I find sort of a 15-minute lateness is just, we've known for a million years that our meetings start at 10. And I do note that the three that travel the furthest were here. So thank you, Joe, for your apology for lateness. Just a little reminder, it's one of my little things that I like. So anyway, yours.
Good morning, Chair, Mayor, councillors, members. My name is Graham Gunthorpe and I'm the Program Director for Time of Use Charging. We have a joint Auckland Transport and Auckland Council team. With me, Hamish Bunn and Chris Gulick, who are leading the policy work, and Michael Roth, the Auckland Council Lead Transport Advisor. The purpose of this item is twofold. First, to update you on program progress, including the legislative development process and upcoming substantive advice. And second, to seek your endorsement to prepare a select committee submission for future approval by yourselves. We last reported to you in June of this year where you endorsed the scheme goal of congestion reduction and you noted the work program and intention to begin engagement activities. Since then, there has also been a government announcement about enabling legislation and a planned select committee process, which I'll go into more detail. The purpose of this current stage of work was to place Auckland in the best of. Thank you, Michael. It is the intention to place Auckland in the best position to understand the benefits and disbenefits of different policies and scheme designs, including the operating structures and technologies. This, in turn, puts Auckland in the best position to inform the enabling legislation, and then to go into any co-design or partnership with central government with the best possible information. Our work has re-examined the 2020 study, The Congestion Question, and using that as a baseline, we've forecast how an Auckland scheme could look and operate. We've engaged with a wide range of partners and key stakeholders, including local boards, mana whenua, and over 40 advocacy groups, as well as 2 multi-day community panels made up of members of the public. I'd also like to acknowledge E2, Chris, Tane and Michael, thank them for their pragmatism and proactivity. I can confirm they will be part of the key stakeholder reference group, along with a range of other stakeholders from the community, representing everything from logistics, unions, disability groups, business groups, and so on. We have also had extensive engagement in this time with governance, including monthly meetings with the political reference group made up of a number of members around the table here. We're now completing our initial planning and design work, which is aimed at informing yourselves and the Select Committee submission. I'll note that the options analysis is not yet complete and further work is planned to be undertaken in the new year following release of that draft legislation. We also intend to continue engagement with elected members and key stakeholders in the new year. Public engagement, however, is planned for future stages, but the timing and form of that will be subject to confirmation of the work program and may also have to align with central government. The important thing to note is we are retaining flexibility in our work program to ensure that we can adapt to the legislative and policy direction from central government. Now, to get this alignment, we will be seeking early engagement with central government and Wakatahi, New Zealand Transport Agency, ahead of legislation enactment and any scheme initiation. So in August of this year, the Minister of Transport announced enabling legislation was being prepared with the intention of release in late 2024 in a select committee and enactment in 25. The preceding cabinet paper included a number of policy positions which we'll examine in more detail in our next advice to you. Now, the exact timing of release of draft legislation as select committee is still to be confirmed. However, we expect to come back to you with advice in early 25. And that advice will include 4 key points: the emerging policies for an Auckland scheme, independent of central government direction, a summary of the feedback of engagement from partners and key stakeholders, including their views on some of those key policies and principles, analysis of how our emerging policies align with the draft legislation, and finally, recommended content for a select committee submission. In future meetings later in 25, we'll bring you more information on option development, as well as work program and how we're proposing to work with central government. Now with that, I'll close and hand back to you, Chair, for questions.
Thank you, Graham. So questions? Shane?
Thanks, Chair. Look, I'm just a little confused about when the public will be consulted. I wonder if you kind of step us through it a little bit. So we're proposing enabling legislation to go forward, and it's only after that that public will be consulted? And is that a government process or an AT process?
The cabinet paper proposes a co-design process with NZTA as, quote, majority partner and design lead. We believe we will need to collaborate with them in some shape or form, and we want to make sure that any information that's put into the public arena aligns with what central government direction is. It may be that public engagement does start prior to that. We just don't know at this stage.
So it'll be designed up and then we'll go to the public. Is that the process?
I don't think we want to premeditate what exactly it will be. We certainly want to have public engagement at multiple points throughout the process, but we're going to have to see what the draft legislation and that co-design process is going to have. Anything you want to add?
Well, the draft legislation will require the select committee process, which enables people to make submissions. There is little rationale for us to go out and consult now because we do not know what the government will enable with their draft legislation. So we're intending on waiting for that process to roll through because there is little extra input that we can provide until then.
Okay, so it'll be enabling legislation and that it will enable us to then design things up so that the public can have their say. That's okay, cool. I'm glad we sorted that. Just one more question. I've seen some polling reported in the media. I was wondering if you had any comment on public acceptability at this stage of the process.
Public acceptability is an issue for any new charge being proposed by local or central government. We have engaged in a deliberative democracy process to get a better understanding of public's issues when they fully understand the scheme's intent rather than just a top-of-mind response on an issue they know little about. Public acceptability would be low, as Etu mentioned just before, but public acceptability in the international schemes to date has grown markedly once it has been introduced.
Okay, just in terms of international schemes, just reflecting on Etu's excellent presentation this morning, can you give us a sense of international cities and how they are addressing some of the concerns that were raised with us? Are there options that they have looked at that we can learn from?
Our process has been informed by all the international cities that have implemented effective schemes. There are many different versions. It's probably not worth going into the details here, but we will need to address them through the consultation process, and we have dealt with them through the deliberative democracy process to date to look at the different ways of having complementary measures and different mitigations possible.
Thank you. Reserve my right to speak, Chair.
Okay, Richard.
Oh, kia ora, Chair. So essentially this paper is just about giving you permission to work on a submission if it comes out during Christmas time. But I guess just a general question of the work behind the scenes, will or have you asked, or is there expectation there'll be some modelling and some data around the benefits? So obviously we see potentially this all as a cost, but if you can show, and I see some of the polling is, if you could save 15 minutes, would you pay $2? If you could save 20 minutes, would you pay $4? So do you believe, or have you had any indication from ministry that that's the sort of thing that will come out, as opposed to we're just charging you $5 or something?
I think on that subject, we would very much, and all of this is still to be worked through with NZTA and the process and so forth, but I think from our perspective, we would very much want to be demonstrating that there are significant benefits associated with the cost. So we're presenting to the public both sides of a scheme in the future, because there will be significant benefits and some costs. So we want to make that clear.
Thank you. And just, I guess, clarify for the vibe of the conversation sometimes. I mean, the most famous one, London, is between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. every day. So this is not a pure toll 24 hours. This would likely have some sort of off-peak non-charge or late night, midnight, This is not intended to be a 24-hour.
Well, these are all decisions that are still to be made, but from our perspective, we're working on a time of use scheme. You, as this council, has instructed us to target congestion. So the thinking is that we only target those times that are congested. So, wouldn't expect it to apply at night. If it does apply during the interpeak, it may well be cheaper. But these are aspects that we need to work through over time, and of course we'll be coming back to this body to take advice and decisions.
And last question, Chair. If you are submitting, and you obviously delegate, some of that to the Chair and others, is it still the assumption that if any revenue, and I know it's not necessarily about it's not about revenue, it's about behaviour change, but there could be, if there is revenue, the idea would still be, our view, putting it into public transport, walking and cycling, those modes that, that would be our general view at a high level at this stage?
Oh, again, these are aspects that we would want to come and advise you on in the next piece of advice. But, the direction of thinking at the moment is that any net revenue arising from the scheme first put towards mitigating the scheme, providing improved public transport alternatives associated with the scheme, and then anything left beyond that is a surplus to be reinvested in Auckland projects. The way the current cabinet paper reads, it's a negotiation between government and council, but clearly, again, we'd want a view as to what those priorities should be.
Thank you.
Okay, Daniel?
Interesting. My question is, can you give me some clarity whether it seems to me that the polling and deliberative democracy discussions appear to be under this scenario, would you accept? I'm curious to know if any of the inquiry goes along the lines of, under the scenario, can you afford? Because you were talking to a group of elected members who are all on high salaries, but I've just heard from an organisation that represents constituents of mine who are on low salaries but would pay for it. So I'm curious to know, because, you know, we strip away the fine warm words. Is that inquiry about the affordability of this product, this scheme, to those people who don't have the ability to easily avoid it?
The deliberative democracy process, where people spent several days looking into this issue in detail, that certainly did consider affordability. It was raised as a key component of the fairness of the scheme, and as raised well this morning by Etu, it is an issue that needs to be dealt with, and there are different ways to address it through the design of the scheme, geographically where it's located, and the different ways to mitigate some of the impacts and capping of fares and so forth. So that is a critical issue in the design process and was considered by the deliberative democracy processes to date.
I just want to add that, you know, there's a lot of water to go under the bridge on this. It'll depend on what kind of scheme preference that we go with. Etu has said, you know, there's differences between network-based schemes and cordon-based schemes, and they have significantly different impacts on different parts of Auckland. So, you know, as we go further through and work with you to refine the options, of course, we're going to be very much looking at that, and as we get deeper into that, we will be testing that those impacts on household budgets in detail. That's what was done in the congestion question, and we'd propose to refresh that work again. So it's something we'll be looking at hard.
Thank you. Honey.
Kia ora. I've noted within your report that you've engaged directly with Manapini, which is really great around that. And I've also noted that there's a planned MIA to be done, you know, Māori impact assessment to be done. From that, what's the question? Who's doing it, in simple terms, doing that cultural analysis, and whether any of the instruments that Haukura has to inform the MIA.
The party that we use for the MIA is yet to be determined. One view from Mana Whenua, or one person in Mana Whenua Hui, was that we work with the Mana Whenua Hui to actually make sure that the parties that we do use are acceptable to them. Another view from Mana Whenua, excuse me, is that each iwi is treated separately and an impact assessment is undertaken for each. No decisions have been made as to any of these, but we're certainly taking Mana Whenua views to heart as we design this process. Excuse me.
Just to follow up then, in terms of the instruments that Haukura has, they will be utilised within that assessment to analyse.
Apologies, I didn't hear the question, but of course we'll be working with the Independent Māori Statutory Board in defining how we tackle that analysis going forward.
That's good to hear.
Ken.
Thank you. Is it proposed in any final resolution to make it that councillors can't claim any toll they incur as part of their travel expenses in the light of fairness to everybody? Is that going to be in the, are we going to put that in there, Mr. Chair?
We're not at that level of detail.
I think we should get there fairly quickly and then we vote. Thank you.
I think that's determined by the Remuneration Authority, what we can claim for and stuff. So, knock yourself out. Ken? Chris?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, team. So, can I just examine a risk that I see is it's not looming, it's present now, and that is there's an expectation that we, you know, track towards time of use charging with a newfound determination to make sure that the complementary connections through public transport and active transport are invested in and arrive and give that choice, give a real choice to the workers that we've heard from today and all the people of Auckland. But the truth is that we've lost momentum, and we are continuing to lose momentum. There are gains there, but we've seen major projects like Auckland Light Rail expunged, but there's no solution for a massive catchment of people through Roskilde all the way through to Māngere and beyond. And across Auckland, we are seeing we're going to have to adjust our SOI with PT patronage targets reduced, safety targets reduced. So the active connections, the walking and cycling to stations, etc., they're not as attractive because they're not as safe. We're seeing the cycling budget, big line right through it. So my question to you, Michael, and others is, are we being honest about them? Probably what I see as the biggest risk here to this time of use charging is that we have lost momentum and there is no sight of a pathway to the considerable investment that is required to be in place, and I don't mean just CRL or the Eastern Busway. There is a loss of real confidence that we are going to have the investment in place to allow people to find the alternative to the time of use charging, the PT and the active networks. Is that not one of the most significant risks to this project at the moment?
Thanks for the question. We have to design it in the context that we're in, but I think it's unfair to portray that we've lost momentum. City Rail Link will be opened in 2026. That is a substantial improvement to the rail network of Auckland. So it improves people's ability to get to the city centre in particular. Eastern Busway will also be delivered around that time frame, and there are other public transport improvements being rolled out. But that is clearly a challenge. We need to maintain momentum in improving public transport in particular, so that as many people as possible have reasonable alternatives to driving, so that they can change their travel behaviour and reduce the congestion.
Okay, John.
I'm not. So do you recognise that, I mean, I know that the CRL is going to be a game changer, but it's not going to be a game changer necessarily for all of Auckland. Like, if you look at the catchment of...
You got a question in that, Chris? So there's a lot of opinion and stuff. You rip a question into it?
Yeah. So is that being identified as a live risk? Because we are tracking differently to how we were. Now, I want to get a sense that we do have our eyes on making the demand of ourselves and government that if we're going to get time of use charging up and implemented, that there is an expectation that we bring a whole new energy to public transport and active transport. I want to get a sense, because I see it as a major risk. Now, I hear the reply there, but I think it's trying to, respectfully, Michael, I think it's trying to smooth our way into time of use charging and not face that risk.
Through the chair, the answer is yes, we are tracking reliances on other projects as a risk. CRL is a very important one, Eastern Busway, and the billions of other dollars of capital infrastructure and service improvements we're doing around the region. As for longer term projects that may impact how we look at future stages of this, but we are modelling and analysing off what we know will be happening. As more changes come to light, we'll have to include those. However, there's only so far in the future we can look. We're trying to deal with the here and now as of a couple of years away.
Okay, thank you. John, online.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Chair. Two questions. One goes to the comment Hamish made as far as the fundamental premise for this work to address congestion. I'm just wondering to what extent if any, there's an awareness of the different nature of congestion in different parts of the network. So, for instance, this work from home, practice that's pretty well established now is resulting in some quite different travel patterns on the road. So, not least of which in the area I represent, for instance, is where Thursdays and Fridays are considerably lighter. In fact, it could be argued that there's not congestion at the peak times. Saturday in the weekends, it can be a lot more congested than weekdays. So my question after all that is that if the premise is that this is addressing congestion on the roads and by introducing time of use charging, the assumption must also be made, I assume, is that if there is no congestion, then there should be no charging. Is that a reasonable assumption? And that in order to establish that, particularly in light of some of the changes, there would have to be a closer look at what's happening rather than just the view that the working week is all the same, or the 7 days of the week or 5 days of the week or whatever are the same. There's a question in amongst all that, Mr. Chair.
If the question is that a reasonable assumption, then I think the answer is yes. We, of course, need to balance this against kind of simplicity in whatever scheme that we've got. We're not going to be able to perfectly adjust it in kind of real time to address random congestion. People do need to have degrees of certainty. But these are the kind of refinements that we'll be bringing back to you once we get a better sense of where the scheme's going to be, what it's going to do, and then we'll be working on exactly what times it's going to apply.
Okay, and the second question then, and it's one that I've endeavoured to put up before, is in respect of equity or fairness or however you might like to characterise it, where parts of Auckland are paying tolls or already, or are conceivably going to be paying tolls in the very near future when this program's up and running, or if it is up and running. What consideration has been given to those areas where conceivably people could get hit with a toll as they come out and go on a section of the road or over a bridge or something, and then they go into time of use regime and they get picked up with something else, where we're starting to get a little bit like Japan, where you can end up getting hit multiple occasions when you go out for a drive from A to B. So to what extent is consideration given to areas where tolls are either imposed already or coming up?
I think we'll be looking at all of those kinds of factors, the availability of tolls, the availability of public transport alternatives, household income, those kinds of things in more detail as we get into that point. One thing you might say about tolls is generally they've been in there to accelerate infrastructure delivery, and the people who are paying the toll are getting the benefit of that available infrastructure. So that's also a consideration that we'll need to take as we're thinking about these scheme impacts on different sectors of society in different parts of Auckland.
Also just add that NZTA, we understand, will be working on guidelines and requirements for any local scheme, and I'm expecting that will have some analysis of the interplay with existing and future toll schemes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, John. And just a reminder for those online, just you can turn your cameras on when you are asking questions or speaking. So, Wayne, you'll be the test of that.
You can hear me. I've just turned the camera on. I'm assuming I can be seen.
Well, your photo can. Your lips aren't moving.
Okay. Oh well, I do have video on, so maybe there's some glitch in the system. So my apologies. So as it goes to questions, my first question is around modelling. I think I raised it about a year ago, but I'll ask it again. And that is if the if the premise is around reducing congestion at particular times, and if we accept that across parts of the region, for example, on the North Shore, there's already congestion and the congestion is growing, will we not have a situation where all the congestion charge does is just spread the congestion, the growing congestion, over a wider band? So all it does is actually make the roads more congested over a longer period of time. And in this respect, I'd like to see the modelling going forward for particular parts of the network, for example, the area north of the bridge, that attests to that. And that modelling would take into account the existing congestion, the projected population growth at locations like Milldale and Silverdale and the like, and the impact on behaviour, so that we know. Has that modelling been done?
We've done initial modelling phases looking at a variety of kind of scheme options. It's still reasonably high level at this point, but yep, fair to say we are looking in detail at what will occur on the North Shore and other parts of Auckland. Coming back to the point about, you know, the spreading congestion out over time, yes, certainly that's a risk, but in that case, you know, you may look to address it by increasing the period over which you charge, although you may have a shoulder charge that's smaller. So there's a variety of ways that we can tackle that kind of issue, and you'll get to see that as we get deeper into some of the options with the work into 2025.
So just picking up on your answer, you said you're looking at it in detail. When am I going to be able to see the detail on the modelling? And I would have thought it would have been done already to substantiate the case. So when are we going to see this detail?
Well, we cannot design the scheme options in any detail until we see what the enabling legislation allows us to do. So at this stage, we're focused primarily on the policy aspects of it to inform a select committee submission because we need that legislation to see what design options are feasible. And that's when we can get into the further detail.
And just
okay,
part B of the
I understand
recommendations
that.
is that it comes back.
The other question I've got is just around modelling on the consequences. If we accept that one of the premises is in reducing congestion into the CBD, what is the impact on retail activity in the CBD, the ability of the CBD to attract staff at particular times? Has there been any work done on that, given that we already know that the retail figures in the CBD are already in decline? So what work has been done around those sorts of consequences?
We've done initial work as part of that to look at those impacts. We've also drawn on experience from international schemes where the results are actually a lot more mixed than you might necessarily anticipate. And it's worth noting, of course, that these schemes are designed, well, there's a cost and everybody will focus on the cost. These schemes will also deliver significant time reduction benefits. So, you know, the city centre will, or whichever areas are charged, will also receive significant improvements in accessibility to those locations, at least in terms of the time it gets to get there. So we're well aware of some of these concerns about potential impacts on retail, and we'll be working them through in more detail as we go forward. But yep, it's a point that we're thinking about.
So just a follow-up question then, in terms of this detail, is any of this detail available now, or again, is it being done later? And what detail is available to me now?
We're looking to come back in parallel with the submission, but we want to wait until the legislation has been available. Until we've got a clearer picture of what that legislation is looking like. you know, we're reporting to the board, we're reporting to the reference group as well, but there'll be opportunities into the future as we work through this.
So is the short answer then that that detail is not available right now? Is that what you're answering?
Not as of today, but we'd certainly want to, once we've got a better sense of what the legislation looks like, begin to brief councillors into that information earlier next year.
Okay, and the last question I've got just goes to your mention around other schemes. My understanding is that the majority of schemes where time of use charging has been put in place have failed. Is it possible to have some information around the multitude of locations where things have been tried, or they haven't worked, or they haven't been as successful as they were thought to have been, and in arguably simpler situations than Auckland?
I can advise that every congestion charging scheme that's been implemented internationally continues to be in existence. They are all deemed successful. The only schemes that are unsuccessful are ones that do not actually reach implementation. And happy to provide advice and respond to any detailed questions, Councillor Walker, on those international schemes.
Okay, I'd appreciate that if you could get back to me on that and those that didn't go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Chris.
Oh, thank you. My question, and I'm asking in the context of the work that has been undertaken by yourself, you know, Hamish and Michael and others thus far, and the work that I've been involved in with the reference group. And we don't know what we don't know. So we haven't seen the legislation. So it's really hard to anticipate how we can submit on that. But can you confirm that in all of the work that has been undertaken thus far by the reference group, there has been no briefing to give consideration to revenue? Because I think that what my concern is that this might be perceived as just a revenue gathering exercise, whereas all of the work that I've been part of thus far has not had any focus so much on revenue rather than time of use. So if we are to submit, it's important for us to know that, because you'll have to work on it over the next little while, and we've got the Christmas period coming up, that the imperative is not about revenue, it's actually about optimising the use of the roading infrastructure that we have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this committee, or its former version, was clear to us that the primary objective of the scheme is to address congestion and improve network performance and throughput. That's consistent with what we've seen out of the government in terms of their direction in their cabinet paper. So there's great alignment there. That's where we're focused. You know, there are questions obviously about if there is revenue, what would we do with it? And as I've said, our thinking, and of course this remains subject to what we bring back to you in the future, but our thinking is the first thing that we would want to do is invest that revenue to make the scheme work better, put in place alternative such as improved public transport services that would help and enhance the scheme. But to say again, fundamentally, the direction that we have from you and the direction that we are following is that this is not a revenue scheme. This is a scheme about improving network performance.
Thank you.
Okay, no more questions. Oh, thank you, team. There's been a lot of work going just to get to this point in time, and we're at the start of a journey, so we're reliant on what happens in Wellington next. So a lot of work done to put us into this position. So now we just sit and hurry slowly, as they say. So thank you. To step back. So any discussion on this? Yep, Shane.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I'll be brief because I've shared some of the sort of concerns raised with me by my constituents in previous forums. I just wanted to kind of give the shout out to the public input this morning, which I thought was fantastic. The fact is congestion charging is a regressive taxation scheme. Poorer people pay more than richer people as a proportion of their income on this proposal. So we need to do something about where that charge falls, and I think that that challenge should be accepted and worked on by us. There's also part that the urban design of the city has meant, and I've sort of raised this before as well, that poorer people are living further out from the city than wealthier people as a general rule. Not specific, but a general rule. The feedback I've got from my community are that cordons would be more acceptable than a network scheme because they're feeling like they're being punished for living further away from the city. And I totally have a lot of sympathy with that view. The other thing we need to think about briefly is that for public transport to be effective, it needs to be cheap enough as well as the coverage, right? And this is why we did things like the fare cap, which was a fantastic scheme. But I'm reading an article here saying public transport fares may have to increase by up to 70% to meet NZTA targets. That's the sort of thing that's completely unacceptable in a world where we are charging people to get into parts of the city. Right, we need to be working on those fares and making them affordable for people, and that's just not acceptable. At a wider level, we need to have confidence that any revenue that we collect will be put back in to make the network better for public transport, to give people more alternatives. So it won't be used to backfill, which is the kind of proposals that have been talked about around here. Climate action targeted rate, we consulted on 10 new bus routes. Then we had people coming to us saying, actually, we want to use it for existing services and we want to redirect it and those kind of things. We can't have that. We need to be ring fencing any kind of potential income so that things are better for people, not the same, right? So those are just some brief things that have been raised with me by my constituents, so I kind of have a duty to share. But, acknowledging that we're still very early in the scheme, I sort of hummed and hawed about it because I do want to know more about the public acceptability. I really want to know how people think about this, and I'm sort of not comfortable that we're pushing that back, although I understand the reasons for it. So look, I've been thinking about it. I think I will support it through today in the absence of further information, but again, I'm reserving my position until I know more from the public and the scheme. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. John, just camera on if you can, mate. And with your microphone, if you hit the quinella. You're still muted, John.
Okay, sorry. A couple of quick comments from me, and hopefully you can see my fine profile in the camera box there. Yeah, so understand absolutely that this is at the early stages and that there's a number of matters to be addressed, obviously, and crucial ones that come about as a consequence of what actually ends up going through the legislation. Notwithstanding that, I think it is important to put on the record a number of certainly the thoughts or considerations that I've got and are certainly coming to me through the not insubstantial part of Auckland that I represent, which is the biggest ward in the entire region in terms of population. Things are changing, and we know that COVID was a bit of a circuit breaker in that respect. And after COVID, there have been quite significant changes in the way people travel and how often they travel, and the effects of that on the network. So anecdotally, what I certainly observe on the northern motorway, which like other parts of Auckland, is very much congested at the peak times, are quite clear changes now in behaviour, and then it goes to the notion of congestion charging. In terms of some of the peak times, there is now not congestion. It's actually a time, depending of the week, whether it's a Thursday or a Friday in particular, there is quite a different demand on the network in terms of that so-called peak period. And then conversely, you sometimes get get higher demand in times like during the weekend and particularly on Saturday mornings. So it is a lot more nuanced than it was before COVID, when, you know, a lot of this, you know, initial discussion or work kicked off on time of use charging. And I'm assuming, I guess like everyone else, will be that that's factored in, because obviously if the fundamental premise goes to reducing congestion, if there is not congestion there, then by definition, it is unfair to be charging people to be on networks where there is no congestion. And with the change in work from home phenomenon, you are getting people going in at different times, working for lesser parts of the week, and conceivably in the future, maybe even extending more to weekends, which, you know, have kind of been sacrosanct to the state. The other point that I wanted to bring up goes to the cumulative effect of charges, because, you know, while politicians of various ilks are, you know, salivating at the mouth at the prospect of introducing, you know, tolls and other charging regimes, there is a potential cumulative effect here in certain parts of Auckland where, you know, where people already pay tolls and in some cases face paying further tolls as a consequence of new infrastructure, but in some cases new infrastructure where very strong arguments can be mounted that they're not really the main beneficiaries of. The beneficiaries is that the growth that enables elsewhere where people do not pay a toll. So that's also not quite as clear cut. I guess finally, Mr. Chair, and it goes to the presentation that was heard this morning, is that there are significant pressures on people and constraints on people depending on where you may or may not come from in Auckland. And as much as it's, you know, there's a tendency to malign those who live out in the outer suburbs, a lot of those settlements go back to just post World War II. So it's not a matter of new developments. These are developments that have often been there for 70 or 80 years. And then there's the other obvious corollary of that is that some of the most expensive housing is then closer to the city. So it's not realistic to expect people to, you know, to avoid paying the congestion tax by buying a house in Ponsonby or a unit in Ponsonby, because that doesn't work either patently. So I guess what I do want to get across, Mr. Chair, is the notion that this isn't quite as straightforward as may seem to the advocates of this, and you know, the other part of that feeds into that, of course, is the availability of options. And through certain parts of Auckland at the moment, you know, there is the spectre of PT services being cut or reduced. So again, it's a little hard to go out cap in hand for a congestion tax where public transport services and alternatives are being reduced or compromised or are not sufficient to actually cater for realistic travel demands, which of course are not all into the city. You know, again, there's changes there. There's growth of light industry and employment hubs that aren't in the city, but may get captured by this congestion charge if they're on that network for a small part, even though it's arguable whether they're actually adding to the congestion as a whole. Certainly, if it's, you know, related to city-bound movements, so the placement of the collection point then becomes quite important. So, again, Mr. Chair, recognise that, you know, there is an imperative to progress this in terms of what will be coming through the Parliament, but also putting on the record that there are a number of considerations at play here, and this is by no means a slam dunk. Thank you.
Thanks, John. And I missed a step two and all the excitement, so I'll move with this. Is there someone like the second? Yes. Thanks, Chris. Okay. Josephine.
Oh, thank you. I'm all right to support us preparing a submission to the enabling legislation. I suppose what's most important is once this legislation goes through, and then also the content of what our submission says. And I think it's been pretty clear to the officers who will be writing it up, the issues that we all have around equity. And I did want to state my concern regarding this kind of scheme, because if we look at Australia, and I don't want to use Australia as an example for anything, but they did look at congestion taxes like this, and they didn't support it because with the current toll system they have on their motorways, the ones who paid the most were the ones that travelled from further away from the city. So the concerns all raised here about your own communities that live far from the city paying more are warranted. And it seems like they don't have any particular equity measures to address that situation in Sydney in particular. They just have a rebate scheme mainly for sole traders and people that travel frequently on the motorways. And I know that particular area quite well because that's where my family live, and I see their decision making when they want to go to the city. They've got to pay extra to get into the city, so they've got to Google Maps to find other ways to get there, or they just don't go. Yeah, so those concerns are very, very, very valid about the ones living further away from the city will pay the most than others that live close to the city. And I'm also concerned about that's this time of use, because the motorways are congested from 5 a.m. onwards. There's no one particular time when the motorway is clear, so I don't know how that's going to work. But anyway, that's further down the track when we do our submission. So thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Wayne, and just checking, Max, on the top of your screen, there's a little red thing. If it's showing red, you've got your camera blocked. So if you can have that click on, so we can see your smiling, happy face.
I don't have a red thing at the top of my screen because I'm using my cell phone. So regretfully, you can't help me there, Mr. Chair. But in terms of my comments, I'll be voting against this item going any further. That's on the basis of many of the good points that other councillors have brought up, the answers to the questions that I put that clearly demonstrate that there hasn't been adequate modelling done to this point, that there hasn't been work done on unintended consequences, particularly in the CBD, and certainly my view that there are cheaper, more effective, more efficient ways of solving a congestion problem, and in particular solutions that are incentive-based, which is by far and away the best way to change behaviour, rather than penalties, which is what this scheme is. So I'll be making a stand and voting against this because I don't think it's got adequate legs. I don't think it will work in the Auckland environment for all the reasons that other people have given. And we should not be investing money in this particular scheme any further. Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I endorse the sentiments that Councillor Walker has just shared with us. Time of use charging, it seems to be a variation of congestion charging, and these schemes have been employed around the world, almost in always in cities with successful operational public transport, which we can't really say about Auckland right now, despite the growing congestion on our motorway system and roads. Public transport has yet to recover the level of patronage it had back in 2019, despite the population increasing. So there's a failure there. And principally, I suppose we could sheet the blame home to Auckland Transport, but to be fair, I don't think the council has done much to intervene in any way. Our big hope, of course, is the City Rail Link, but now we learn that project is in a crisis with the ever receding finishing line in sight, probably for a 3.4 kilometre tunnel, probably 2 years, probably per kilometre, and is it 3 billion per kilometre? Anyway, or is it the other way around? Anyway, a record amount of money and a record amount of time, and in crisis right now, we are told. So, in terms of the unintended consequences, I think that Councillor Walker referred to, continuing to effectively blockade the central city, which the council and AT and Eki Pānuku have been doing, is damaging the commercial heart of Auckland. And yet, here in Auckland Council, AT, CCO world, it doesn't seem to raise much concerns. In terms of revenue, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of revenue around this, but not much that this council will collect at the end. Obviously, the private sector providers will be collecting revenue, and a lot of revenue, and disproportionately from lower income people, working Aucklanders will be paid. In effect, what we're talking about here is a regressive tax on the people of Auckland who have already had it up to here with rates and charges imposed by this council and its CCOs. We have a significant increase in public transport fares coming up, and then we wring our hands about what's happened with why are our roads congested. So there's a lack of, not only a lack of detail in this report, but unfortunately a lack of joined up, coherent thinking, strategic thinking in this council and in regard to public transport, and of course the body that is principally responsible for it, AT, is having that role stripped off it, and quite rightly so. But in terms of what sort of difference it will make, it is very questionable, because if we're going to go along with everything that AT does, and AT goes along with everything the council has been doing, there ain't going to be any difference, appreciable difference, from the failing situation in terms of transport we are in right now. So I have to say again that I'll be, as I did last time, I'll be voting against this unless we can see more clarity and unless the unintended consequences, inevitable unintended consequences, regressive tax aspects, unfair impact on working Aucklanders are addressed. I'll continue to oppose it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. Chris, Darby.
Thanks. Look, looking at the recommendations before us, the question before us is to whether we support preparing a submission. I do support preparing a submission, and I won't go over what I've put forward in my questions, but I would expect that submission to address the key importance of the need for a significant investment in the public transport capital and OPEX and the active areas. I would expect that we start talking about a Watapata harbour connections that is about mass transit, not road transport. We talk about the big public transport connection deficit through the communities that I mentioned earlier, from Mount Roskill through to Mangere and the many other parts of Auckland. This will only be successful if we see a significant commitment from government to support us in making sure that there is truly an excellent public transport and active transport system connecting Aucklanders from the vast parts of Auckland. So I'm hoping that as we work this submission up, that we stress that demand that we must see, public investment coming out of Wellington and our own being in that area of public and active.
Thank you, Chris. Karen?
Kia ora, I will also be supporting for this to go through, but I just want to support some of the comments that were made by Councillor Darby. I agree that obviously we need to really be able to focus on how we can get our public transport up to scratch before we have this implemented. And I say that coming from someone who has lived in a city like London, who obviously has got the congestion charge there already. But what we do know is that that city already had great public transport in place. And from my perspective at the moment, we've got good public transport that's coming into the city, but not across the city. We've been able to get the data to show tagging on and off on public transport, but not actually the vehicles that are coming on in, say, West Auckland over to South Auckland, and be able to provide an alternative which would be cheaper and faster, or even around the same time for people to do. So that's my concern, but I will be supporting for this to go through today. Kia ora.
Thank you. Julie?
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak to this, but noting, as Councillor Darby has pointed out, the purpose of the resolution is that we will prepare a submission. I note that that does not say we will prepare a submission in favour or a submission against. It says we will prepare a submission. And some of the concerns I've heard expressed in this debate suggest that people actually should have been putting up an amendment to prepare a submission to oppose time of use scheme. But instead they haven't done that. They're going to oppose us putting in any submission, which would mean we would not be able to put in a submission that raises the very concerns that they mention in their speeches. I think it's far better for us to be at the table, to be giving input in this process. Sometimes we don't get a chance to give input on these kinds of processes, so when such is given, we should take it. And we won't see the increased clarity that some of my colleagues are seeking if we don't continue to work on this. It has been many years in the making, and it is a long journey for a reason, because this is hard, complicated stuff, and we are here to progress hard, complicated stuff for our city. I wanted to just make a couple of comments about other things that have been mentioned in the debate. We've had a little bit of mention of, at one point we had mention of Japan, where they require you to be able to provide proof that you have off-street parking for a car before you are allowed to purchase one. We've had mention of the fact that our public transport patronage hasn't bounced back yet to pre-COVID levels. We know, because we have these stats put in front of us regularly, that is primarily rail. Bus and ferry have both bounced back despite challenges. It is rail because of the rail network rebuild issues, which we have later on the agenda. So it's not, I often say to people who complain to me about AT, the good news is that this is the best AT, this is the worst, I often say to people, this is the best AT has ever been. This is the best public transport system in Auckland that we have had. And that is both a good thing and a bad thing, because it is better than it's been in the past, but it's still not good enough. And while the CRL will be a game changer, it's also been built during a record global pandemic. I was at the Mangawhau Community Liaison Group last night. We did a little bit of a tour of the station that's being built, and the excitement there about what is coming, about the recognition of the transformation for the city. Yes, this is the best it's been, but it's about to get a lot better. And I think that all of us should be thinking about our roles as champions of the city centre. We all got here today, those of us who are not online, which suggests the city centre is not as blockaded as some would say. So I would really like to see us talking about the way that we can make this better, as opposed to just throwing our hands up and saying we don't want to talk about it at all. That's me, thanks.
Thanks, Julie. Chris?
Oh, sweetly. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be supporting this today. And in doing so, I'm looking back over the last 30 years where there have been various iterations of demand-based road pricing that have been considered. The only big difference is that 30 years ago, we were only a population of 3.5 million people. Today, we are now a much, much larger country, and the population of Auckland is that much larger proportionally, and what that tells me is it's just the frustration that I have at the failure of successive governments to really grapple with the infrastructure investment that should have been made. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the Mayor and trying to work out whether he's directing me or no, he's directing somebody else. So we've had no infrastructure plan pretty well for the last 30 years. We got rid of the New Zealand Planning Commission. We've seen all manner of reform, but what we really do need, in my opinion, is that big infrastructure strategy that is produced in a non-partisan way. There's a very good article in today's one of the media by Tim Murphy, talking about the fact that we really need to be able to speed up infrastructure, the need for a long-term plan, and not having bespoke solutions for things and getting on with it. But what is missing is, what are we going to do in the meantime? How are we going to be able to implement all of these things as we go forward? So I'm hopeful. We can't just look at this in isolation, but it's part of the tools in the toolbox that we're going to need to be able to resolve congestion in the foreseeable future. There are a whole lot of issues, and having been part of the reference group, we would be very foolish if we didn't take those equity issues on board. If we don't take on board the issues as they will impact women in particular, because women tend to be caregivers for children more so, people with disabilities. But that shouldn't make us resile from actually having an intelligent discussion on this, because for 30 years we've seen politicians of all colour lack the courage to see this through. So I'm welcoming of the fact that legislation will be coming through on this, but it's really important that Auckland Council takes into account the workability and the fairness of this in terms of our population in Auckland. So I'm pleased. Auckland Council can actually say that we've really played quite a strong leadership role in getting the legislation being advanced, and to that end, I want to acknowledge Auckland Transport, I want to acknowledge Barry Potter, but we're only just the sort of first steps on the journey. So let's see the legislation into the House, let's reflect on it very carefully, and why I asked the question that I did, there's been nothing that I've been part of that suggested this is just a revenue generating exercise. This is just part of optimising the infrastructure that we have that was designed for 3 million people, but in actual fact we've got 5 million people and we need to get on with it. So this is just one tool in terms of the toolbox. It shouldn't be seen in isolation, but it needs a mature and considered response to make sure that it will work for all of the people of Tamaki Makaurau. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Daniel?
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair. Look, firstly, I think whatever colleagues want to do is up to them, and I'm not going to provide a commentary as to how people vote or how they choose to participate or not. I don't think that's particularly helpful, but I do think that there are some fraud issues with this particular time of use charging concept, which does require a submission. I think that is important. And to that end, I do endorse what Councillor Fletcher has just said. It will be very difficult, Chair, respectfully to Councillor Leone, for us to be able to have a comprehensive public transport network in place, operational, fully funded, and which can provide an alternate to private vehicle travel so as to avoid the impost of a charge. The London example is interesting. London has a population approaching 9 million. The United Kingdom has a population, I think, in the region of 65 to 70 million and a balance sheet to reflect that. So it is easier to be able to afford and to deliver a fully comprehensive public transport service in some locations compared to others, which is why the design of a scheme in the future is going to have to reflect, I think, potentially a range of options for mitigation, which will hopefully include some improved public transport services and new services, but which will also have to look at alternates to PT if you are to get the mitigations to address some of the affordability issues that we heard about this morning from the delegation from E2. I think that that is important for us to reflect upon to the extent that we can with the information that we have. And I would hope that, will the draft submission, yeah, so can I just ask one thing, Chair? The draft submission, is that, who's going to be inputting into that beyond the officers that are reporting? Is it going to have a reference group? How is that going to be addressed? Sorry, I should have just asked that question earlier.
You know, I think so. I think during the presentation, I think the staff sort of outlined there was a wide-ranging sort of group of people and organisations who would be feeding into that, and then it will come back. There is a steering group, obviously that will continue of political, and then it will come back to this committee for approval.
Okay, well, look, thank you, Chair. I'm comfortable with that, but I think that there are some really important matters relating to mitigation beyond the probably the undeliverable comprehensive PT network, which will need to be reflected upon that submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you've already had a crack, Joe. We've been going now for nearly an hour on this one, and it was one of the simpler ones. So we're going to wrap it up because there's no other commentary out there. Thank you for the wide-ranging debate and comments. It reminds me of a song from the 70s called the Newcastle song, where the chorus is "Never let a chance go by." And so thank you very much for that. It has been moved and seconded. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against?
Against.
Carried. Thank you, team.
Can I have my vote recorded against? Thank you.
You certainly may. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is an update in regards to the rail network build, and so acknowledge in the room we have Joe Reeves and John Knight from Kiwi Rail, Stacey from Auckland Transport. We have Dave Gordon, who's in Wellington for a select committee, so looking quite bright and chirpy, may not have been there yet, not sure. And also acknowledge in the room Pat from CRL. So I think Barry's going to lead us off.
Thank you, Chair. So this focus of this is on the rebuild program and the mitigations and things that are being put in place. It does focus on some of the events that will be happening, particularly over the next 3 months or so. Hence, we have Q-Rail and AT at the table who have been working very closely as part of the members of the One Client Alliance who have been doing some very good work on this to bring this about. So really over to Joe. Are you leading us up? Yeah. John's going to lead.
Unfortunately, it's with me, Mr Mayor, Mr Chair, councillors, kia ora tātou, talofa, malolelei. It's a pleasure this morning to brief the council. Online, I've got the Chief Program Planning Officer for Q-Rail, Dave Gordon. On my far right, I have Stacey van der Putten, who's the Director of the Transport Active Modes for AT, and Joe Reeves, who's our Communication Strategy Advisor for Q-Rail. So what we're going to do is do a quick glide path in the next 10 minutes of where we are with our program to day one. And this is really through a customer lens and also through the rail network rebuild infrastructure plan. So getting ready for CRL. You know, the City Rail Link, as we all know, it's a massive amount of work that we've compressed in a 13-month program. It equates to delivering 10 years of renewals in 30 months, so it's significant. and we acknowledge to the people of Auckland and our customers it does come with disruption. So our joint presentation this morning, Stacey will go on to what does that impact look like around the timetable, and also what does it look like around the customer response. So getting ready for CRL means that there's a big push now in the next 13 months to unlock the capability that the City Rail Link will bring us. We have the funding, we have the access, we're replacing old foundations and reviewing old assets, and we're preparing the network to run in a very effective City Rail Link that will optimise the performance of our network, lifting it between 30 and 100% on various lines throughout the Auckland Metro network. This is a busy slide, my apologies, but it was sent early. So really, I'll just give a summary of what it really means. This just gives you the scale of what we're undertaking across the network. I mentioned formation, drainage, rebuilding old infrastructure. It's also including the rebuild of infrastructure to support our customer AT in the form of stations, the Jury Rail Station project, Henderson, and obviously building in the Link Alliance program and the CRL. The area that we're focusing on is to, in parallel, Kiwi Rail doing all of the work programs to support it, so that in 30 months we can support 16 trains per hour through the tunnel and optimise the lift and passenger services to all of the outlying areas of Auckland. Stacey.
Thank you, John. So one of the core things that we had to do and sort of get to an agreement on in order to be able to design the way forth was understand what that timetable looked like. And a number of things obviously come into factor, and one of the most important things is what speed restrictions you have across your network, which enables that to flow with reliability and obviously the punctuality. So where the teams have landed is, John says, 16 trains per hour through the tunnel, which probably won't mean a lot to many people. So it is designed as a 15-minute all-day timetable. And so that's your level of service through the weekend, 7 days a week, is every 15 minutes. Now, what we overlay that with is a peak frequency, which brings it to, on average, every 7.5 minutes throughout those peak times of the day. So it's a substantial lift in the level of service we have today, and will provide Auckland with that frequency and freedom to be able to access the rail network, which we haven't had reliably going forth. So it is a big improvement in terms of that, which obviously has a big capacity improvement as well. So it is a slight change and a slight increase in terms of what we had in the project delivery agreement, but the modelling sort of demonstrates that that will be the desired level of frequency that can be done given what we have ahead in terms of the work that needs to be done across the rail network to mitigate those speed restrictions. We'll reduce them as much as we practically can in the time frame. So that's was one of the core things that we all needed to solve and make agreement on to get where we are today. So this slide here sort of really helps visualise what that looks like from a customer perspective in terms of timing. So you see in those orange circles there, that's how many minutes people would expect to see a train there and run through. And so, I mean, as you can see on the Western Line, that's every 8 minutes, and, you know, through the City Rail Link itself, through to Waitemata Station, that's every 4 minutes. So substantial improvement. And of course, we've got Pukekohe to Papakura sort of coming online next year as well, which is really exciting for the customers out there, where they get a straight through journey on an electrified train, so don't have that change. So that's one improvement that's happening sooner rather than later, which we can all look forward to for the communities out there. So from that perspective, there's obviously, I'll go back because I think it's better to visualise. One of the key things that we talk about is we talk about what the timing frequency improvements is and what that journey time improvements is, which are really important things. But as you can see from the design of the network, it actually enables really good connections between west and east that haven't been there before. without having to change, etc. So that's a huge improvement to how people can travel about Auckland, and then through to the Southern Line and the connectivity of the wider network. Also, important thing I didn't touch on, was that 15-minute frequency aligns to our bus network. So what we call our frequent network, where it is that 7 to 7 promise every 15 minutes, 7 days a week, between 7 and 7 p.m. So that is a substantial change which will really help people. But in terms of journey times, because everybody likes to know what does that mean in terms of journeys, the biggest benefits are from the west in terms of that timing. So right now, if you take a train out west into the city, you're looking at over 15 minutes. So it's a substantial improvement in terms of journey time and sort of really open up that area and make it far more efficient. Also, you've got, you know, direct connections between Panmure and K Road, Pukekohe to Aotea Centre, and so it'll really change the way that Aucklanders do travel. I'm going to hand over to John now to talk about the network readiness aspect.
Thanks, Stacey. You know, working with our partner and delivering customer promise has been front of mind in this process. So this schematic here shows you what the rail network rebuild projects that Kiwi Rail will be undertaking from the south of the network, where you see in the pink. I'm a little bit colourblind, so I think that's a pinky colour. If you think from Pukekohe through to Drury, there are a number of works happening. There's the electrification program of work, which will be handed back in January next year. And then we've got the Drury station rebuild, and you follow the line up into the Manukau section. There's a series of work from Drury right through that section all the way to Westfield, where we're doing formation rebuild and upgrades to deliver that as part of the rail network rebuild. And that is the focus for our Christmas block of line this year. And the rest of the works indicate we're linking into the Key Park area, where we have the Britomart and Link Alliance and CRL projects being undertaken by the respective programs and program leads. And out west, we're continuing with our works to do formation upgrade. Next slide, please, Joe. So in terms of the rebuild itself, what we've done is we've significantly worked with our partners around how do we reduce the disruption to the customer. And we've kept some of the network open during Christmas for critical NZ Inc. supply chain for freight to keep New Zealand moving. However, there is a complete trains-free period coming this Christmas, which I'll expand upon in the next schematic. It's intensive work. We're operating 24/7. We're optimising this block of line for disruption to ensure that we deliver the customer promise. And we've worked in partnership with AT to ensure that when we do run commuter trains, we run them on time as we have promised at the end of the block of line. Next slide. So a summary of the key closures of where we're looking for calendar year 2025. You can see from here we've got this Christmas block, which is a full 4-week closure. Wheels free, that means there are no trains running. I mentioned before there are some port shunts that are being run over that period. They have been programmed and worked through. They are necessary to keep New Zealand moving from an economic perspective from an NZ Inc. optic. Then we have Easter, a 16-day period. We then have May, June, October, we have long weekends, and then we're into Christmas 25-26 closure. It's important to note that throughout this we have kept special events open as best as we can by working with AT and our customers around keeping our public able to move on trains where possible to those special events. Next slide, please, Joe.
Sorry, I skipped.
Thanks, Joe. This is a schematic. I'm sorry it looks busy. It was a colouring in competition once, but I've simplified the colours so that I can present a little bit more easily. So this here shows you what the line closures look like for calendar year 25. You'll see the grey indicates a full network closure and the blue indicates a partial network closure. A full network closure means there are no trains running. A partial network closure means we've worked with our partner AT and we have some lines open where trains will run, and communications have been developed that will advise the customer of where those trains are running and where those trains are not running. Bus replacements have been put in place as contingency, and we've worked through that. So if you look very quickly to the January 25 block, that is a 4-week shut, And then the last blue period from the 28th through to the 31st indicates when we'll hand back and have trains starting to run and be fully handed back to AT by the 1st of February. The grey indicates in April a 16-day block of line, which is again its wheels through. We're shutting the network. We're road bridging freight, as we are doing for this Christmas, so that freight can still move. And then dispense through the rest of the year, we have partial line closures around the school holiday periods where trains will still run, but parts of the network will be under construction. And again, we'll communicate well in advance when those periods will occur. And the last big push is a 6-week closure in December 25 into January 26 to complete our work, to hand back in early 26. And that is indicated, the blue indicates that the first 2 weeks of that block there will be trains running on some lines. So it won't be a full closure, but then we'll move into a full closure of the network as we are doing for this Christmas, and to complete our work to be on time to meet customer promise for CRL. The last slide here really talks about the impact on metro and freight mitigation. Stacey's covered really the timetable, and she'll talk about the customer response next. But really, the impact is significant for both customer, commuter passengers, and also for freight. And we've got a robust comms plan that underpins that and has been in message to customer. Please note that Northern Explorer and Tahuia are delaying their programs and train running to facilitate the delivery of works, and their operational tempo has been adjusted. Thank you. Stacey.
Awesome. Thank you, John. So managing the potential traffic impacts. So what you heard was wheels free. Now, wheels free does provide huge challenges to moving people as well as freight. So there's been a tremendous amount of work that the team have done working with Auckland Transport Operating Control in terms of what does that look like in terms of the flow onto the motorways to get freight out of Auckland and where it needs to be. It's a huge exercise, and they modelled very different scenarios based on light phasing, length of vehicles, etc., to land on the desired option that they're moving forth with. Not without its challenges, because we're looking at 40 big trucks per hour during the peak of that sort of flow through. But the design has been to mitigate what we call the worst of the levels of services from a motorway flow management perspective. And so that means that trucks will come in via State Highway 1 and they will exit via State Highway 20, and they're sort of consulting in terms of emergency services provider to make sure that everybody's aligned and understands why we're doing this, and also the impacts to the network. So the team will be watching it throughout that period and make adjustments as necessary based on what they're seeing in terms of the condition of the network and where there are pinch points and what that may divulge. But there has been a lot of data crunching behind the scenes to see what that would be in order to be able to front foot it and make sure that the best option is picked for day one when that sets off. What you see here is actually, I got some work done to speak to the retail market specifically about what that meant. Comes the holiday season, people are obviously concerned about getting to shopping centres, particularly when we look at next Christmas, and what are those pinch points on the network. Obviously with the city centre, Newmarket and Sylvia Park are obviously the three key ones modelled. There's some really interesting sort of insights when I sort of looked at now versus 2019 in terms of mode use. But that's another topic, but the whole idea is making sure that they can accommodate those levels based on alternate services. And that's actually really sort of helping the thinking in terms of how people are moving about Auckland during those times. So this is 24 February data, you see, which will be the absolute worst it could potentially be in January. Obviously is a lot lighter, but knowing the worst case scenario obviously helps the team to plan to make sure there's sufficient capacity across the network to be able to accommodate it. From an operational response perspective, we are obviously a full bus service replacement. Not everybody likes taking buses, we know this, and so we do see a drop-off. So obviously with the modelling that data, we know what percentage of customers will elect to use an alternate mean or be on holiday or not travel based on the last few years sort of history of those closures. And we've also got what we call express services that will be introduced in January as well for the duration until trains come back online at the end of the month. And so that will help alleviate some of that bulk across the network and get people to where they need to be more quickly. And that goes to obviously making sure that we have trains operating, everything's sort of back to normal when that full school year commences. We know that some schools do go back a week early, so we're making sure that systems and services are in place to be able to accommodate that too. We'll be looking at bus lanes where practical, so there are a couple that have been put in place in previous rail renewal projects that will be sort of used throughout that time without diminishing the level of service to other traffic across the network. And when we do have partial blocks aligned, we'll be making sure that we use 6 car sets, and we'll be doing peak direction train services will obviously be prioritised to get people in or out based on the time of the day. A big aspect is, of course, the journey information. So I can say that everything in preparation for this Christmas closure and thereafter until the start of when trains commence again has already been loaded into the system and is ready to go. So there's full visibility for every customer to understand what alternate services they can use, and the timing and tracking of all the rail replacement buses across the network. Also improving some of that wayfinding with stations to make sure people know really clearly where those bus replacements are going from. Major events. Now, this is going to be really challenging for us, and the teams have done their best in order to be able to understand when some of those key events are coming. We are not going to be able to avoid all of them. And that is where we're going to have to come up with alternate scenarios. So you'll see straight off the bat in January, we do have 2 large crowd concerts. They were already positioned in an existing block of lines, not the extended one. So that challenge was known. So what we'll be doing for that is looking at other measures that we've done when we've had the same scenario. So in terms of pop-up park and rides and having shuttles and sort of maximising the flow, we'll also be using the fan trail that we used at the recent Coldplay concerts, which worked really well. And it's a time of the year where the network itself is a lot lighter than busier times of the year, so that'll help. So you can see we've got a number of sporting events that we know will hit at a particular time, so making sure that there's trains running for those, and also those key events that we know are in the calendar already, such as when Santa visits, making sure we have trains available for the Santa parade and things like that as well. So it is a big task, but there's a lot of people sort of working on those mitigations to make sure there's plenty of bus replacements available to be able to support those key events. Hand over to Jo.
Kia ora koutou. Great to be here. So Stacey has talked through some of the journey-specific communications, and I'll be focusing on the wider public communications activities and plans. Just to set it in context, although I'm with Kiwi Rail, I'm actually here on behalf of the communications reps from all 3 partner organisations, so AT and City Rail Link Limited as well. We are working together to plan and deliver communications and work closely with our delivery teams too. So we are all in this together. We know that. We know that's the way it needs to be, with the good and the bad and all accountable. And we understand that it's hugely important to bring Aucklanders along with us on this journey. So when we last spoke to some of you a few weeks ago, it was the day just before the announcement, pictured here with Minister Brown and Councillor Simpson as acting mayor. And hopefully some of you will have seen the coverage. We had a lot of media coverage. We got a lot of media there, which meant we got a good chance to get our message out around what the work programme looks like over the next sort of 14 months. And we know we still have a big job to keep going and sharing progress and info and open dialogue and the benefits around City Rail Link and the transformed services it will bring us. So following that announcement and the phased communications we did with stakeholders and partners on the day, we've been working together to deliver our plan in line with our shared strategy. Some examples of some of our approach on this slide. One of the really good things about our collaborative approach is that we have access to a large audience and lots of different channels and platforms to share our messaging and our content, including websites and social media and newsletters and marketing campaigns. So we're able to really get that message out there. KiwiRail is also focusing on notifications to corridor neighbours when major works is happening, and that's something that my team's working on now, is just making sure that everyone knows what's coming if they're living close to the corridor on one of those major work sites. And just in terms of progress, obviously this work programme that we're mostly discussing hasn't started yet, but in terms of the communications, we've been busy over the last few weeks rolling out info to all our stakeholders and looking for opportunities to collaborate more widely with these stakeholders and partners wherever possible. As an example, some of the business groups have expressed interest in working together with us to run events nearer to the City Rail Link opening. We've put out our Auckland Project newsletter, which goes out to thousands of people, not just corridor neighbours, but lots of other people who signed up who are interested in where we're working and what we'll be doing. And we're also briefing local boards and other business associations, retail organisations, and working closely with our freight customers to organise everything there. There's also, I believe you will have all hopefully received a social media tile this week, which you can use to share through your channels more extensively, just with some information around the closures. And we have various marketing campaigns led by Auckland Transport that have been delivered recently. And I think we have an example of one of those videos, which I thought would be good to play to you. Just a quick note, it does play in portrait because it's been optimised for mobile phones for social media channels. So hopefully you'll enjoy.
Did you know in just over a year, there's going to be trains running beneath my feet every 4 minutes? The City Rail Link tunnels head all the way up to the brand new underground railway stations, Te Waihoratu and Karanga'ahape. By now, you would have heard a lot about City Rail Link. And maybe you're like me and you're wondering, what does this mean for you? Well, I'm here to tell you how it works and how it's going to transform transport here in Tamaki Makaurau. The good news is more trains, more often, and they'll be better connected to buses, which means getting around the city should be easier. In 2026, when the CRL opens, trains will be running through Waitemata Station, Britomart, in both directions. This means I can get from here up to Karanga'ahape Station in just 7 minutes, and to Mangawhau, previously Mount Eden Station, in just 10, which means I can nip up to Karanga'ahape Road for lunch. The CRL will also make it faster to get around the rest of the city. You can get from Henderson to Te Waihoratu Station in just 35 minutes, and a train from Panmure to Karanga'ahape Station in just 21 minutes. Connections to the south will be better as well. You'll be able to catch an electric train from my hometown Pukekohe to the city centre and out west. And I bet you've guessed it by now, but because of the City Rail Link, there'll be more trains running during peak hours. There's been so much happening across the network to make this happen and to improve reliability. The City Rail Link is going to be huge for Auckland, and it's coming in 2026. More trains, more often. I'd say that's something to look forward to.
Thanks. And just to close out, in terms of next steps, we'll be keeping in touch. By the end of this week, you should receive a forward look memo, which goes to elected members, which is part of our commitment to try and give you as much advance warning as possible around where you can expect things to be happening on the network and also progress in terms of what we're achieving. We're going to be putting out media release ahead of Christmas around those closures and ongoing content and video explainers. And I believe we'll be invited back here in the next few months to update you all. Any questions?
Done. All right. Thanks, team. Dave, you got anything to add while you're sitting there resplendently dressed?
No, I'm strangled by the tie, but no, the teams have said everything that needs to be said. Thank you.
Okay, so before we move on, someone like to move? Thanks, Chris. And seconder? Thanks, Desley. Okay, so questions. First up, the Mayor.
Thanks for the presentation. Just how confident are you that you're going to get the work done on time? And will we be receiving a full report on the work done after the first closure? So we can see that, righto, that went well or badly. I know it's full of hope here, but that's the question.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, good questions and of course. The methodology when we did the program, when the funding was released for CSA to Ringham, which was 159 million plus the backlog from Crown, I was challenged by Dave, who's online, and how do we do it better, faster and deliver on time? So we redid our methodology. We jointly did that with our partner AT and AOR in the room. We've had that externally vetted by WSP and Becker, and the reports have been brought back. And AT have done an independent review through third party called Quarterback. They finished a report, and it vetted our methodology, and it's robust and meets. The findings were it's robust, it's efficient, and we have confidence that it will meet the deliverable. And to your second question with respect to updates. The intention is as we segment our way through those blocks incrementally through calendar year 25, our customers will receive updates on plan versus actual target as we're tracking, so that we have confidence and assurance that we are delivering on time, or where we need to adjust our program, we reapportion resources, or we actually reallocate or look at how we do it faster to make sure we deliver that date.
That's a good answer. I mean, the first lot's a big chunk. So at the end of that, if we get a clear response, it'll give us a good idea how well that's going. So I look forward to receiving a clear report at that stage. Is that all right?
100%, Mr Mayor. And I think that to your point, just to finish, is the idea is blitz it early, the old go hard, go early mentality, but and that's the guidance we received from Dave, Andre and Peter with respect to what we must deliver for customer.
I think you're doing the right thing. I just want to make sure that at the end of the first block it does work. If it doesn't work at the end of the first block, we've got a problem. Okay.
100%, thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Desley.
Yeah, great minds. That's where I was coming from too. So I will just ask one more question, if I may, and I hate it to be negative, but we did tell you in the workshop to ask ASB Tennis Classic to be added to major events. You know, Parnell Station is used to get to the tennis and to get home, and you haven't added it to the report. It is an important part because ideally people would be using that station. So could you please make sure that you add that? And just a second question, just supporting the Mayor, how often are you coming to us on this update of the works? What's the regularity of the update?
Yeah, so Councillor Simpson, so what we intend to do is we have a meeting on the 13th of December with AT, and we're determining that tempo and cadence. The intention would be to, after the first block of line, which ends in end of January next year, we would give a full plan versus actual update, and then we'd be looking at potentially monthly updates as we're tracking through the year through AT and obviously on to Council.
Thank you. I think that's really important, especially if you've got a niggle that something might not be right. It's better to know ahead of the time. Great, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Richard?
Thanks, Chair. These are quite operational, so I know you'll love that, Chair. Kia ora. Just this really good update. On the mitigations for how we get people around the city in the meantime, can we please have some understanding of how much we're putting into those rail replacement buses and for the events? First, on rail replacement, we said during the big $330 million upgrade a couple of years ago that there would be a look at temporary bus lanes or different. That never happened. Is there any work going on temporary bus lanes, clearways during that time? Just simply trying to get those buses through, like we're doing with the freight, really pumping how we move them around. And the other thing is, are we working with the bus companies, so booking out coach lines and different things now, early, to make sure we have just like, because when a bus turns up and it's supposed to replace a train of 3 carriages, it's just not the same. And so that's where people drop off the system, I think.
Absolutely. Good questions. I mean, the closures have been designed around what I'll call the less stress points in the network in terms of what we see with regular loadings across the network as a whole. So it's been designed deliberately to when people are travelling the least, to support some of that impact. In terms of the rail replacement buses, I can get you what I'll call a full allocation. I can send that to you in terms of what that looks like, as well as the express services. We designed it particularly for the Christmas block. The team have ramped up the second after the Christmas shut, the official Christmas shut, from a business perspective through to the end of January. So it's amplified up and it gets more and more throughout that sort of tenure, particularly the last 2 weeks when we know that people do come back to work after holidays to make sure that there is sufficient service. Over the previous rail network renewal programs, what was done was that a number of support fleet was kitted out with the appropriate equipment to be able to act as rail replacement. So hop equipment for making sure that that was enabled was a key focus, and also to make sure that they were accessible. So yes, they have secured enough buses to cover this, and that's probably the most important thing. We have school buses during the holidays. We wouldn't be able to do that without it. So designing it for when school's not in school, those holidays has been super important. Otherwise, we just wouldn't have the fleet availability. So using all that fleet has been booked.
And on drivers, are we ensuring that there's a little bit more elasticity, I guess, than normal? Because I can imagine that normally during holidays and different things, bus drivers are taking holidays. You're going to have lots of leave. We don't want to get to a situation like 2 years ago with that big drop off. Are they looking at how they're going to cushion for this year? Because there's going to be a lot.
Absolutely. So we've made sure that there's adequate driver numbers across the network to be able to support it as well. In terms of that, the holiday timetables come in towards Christmas. Okay, so that is basically going towards a more of an amplified Sunday timetable. So you've got increased early services to accommodate hospitals and workers and things like that. But the base timetable is less. Yeah, so you need less drivers to do that. Obviously, with the rail replacement, you need more. It sort of balances out. But yes, it is a busy time for bus operators to be able to manage, but there's ample bus drivers across the network to be able to do it at this point. A couple of years ago, we wouldn't have been so lucky.
And last question, Chair, just on, and I see that really good memo on Luke Combs and the Eden Park, the major events, but are we... the Kiwi Rail, are we looking to get Kiwi Rail to help fund that? Like, I know they're helping to fund rail replacement, but those are going to be significant events and significant costs. Would Kiwi Rail help? Because that is going to be significant disruption to the city, and we will need far more event buses than normal. And the last point on that is, are we sort of modelling and testing different types of traffic management? Because we know that during Coldplay that was seamless, both bus and train, amazing. But sometimes the ways the buses cut through the public or cut through the buses coming in can actually delay things significantly, and you have a long line of empty buses sitting there waiting. And I'm sure that's being done, but sometimes just slight tweaks can help the whole thing.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, they've absolutely modelling all that in terms of what that flow through looks like from a special events perspective, and actually what priority needs to happen around that. So you did talk about pop-up bus priority to service. That's not always practical, and given that stations might be on a residential road, so how you do that is impractical. But in terms of those areas where you do have high flow through, such as Great South Road, where we actually did a pop-up bus previously, is now more of a permanent, I think it's a T3. And so yes, where practical, they are being looked at. Where there's road space without what I call strangling the rest of the network, it is absolutely happening. Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Richard. Julie?
Thank you. Just talking the question there about temporary bus lanes and stuff, love to see some of that. On the comms, and it's really good to have you here to speak to that, Joe. One of the things that's been raised with me in the past, particularly for the Western Line, that's the one I'm most familiar with, is the impact that it has on schools when there are closures or indeed signal faults and stuff like that. Now, acknowledging that a lot of this work is going to happen during the school holidays, There are also still, for example, holiday programs that operate out of schools. There are staff who will be wanting to access those schools as well. So I was hoping to see them on the list, and also some of the large employers that might be on the rail line as well. So is that something we could look at getting added in?
Thank you, Councillor. Schools have been they've had a good communication package as well. So the team have been around to see them and obviously understand start and stop times and requirements through that period. So there has been consultation with the schools.
Okay. Does that include primary and intermediate as well as secondary?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
great. And large employers, so I guess I'm thinking particularly of some of those Southern Line stations. There'll potentially be some quite large employers near their factories and the like that might have a lot of people using the rail line. Can we reach out to them? I imagine the local boards in those areas would have some really good intel of who would be worth talking to.
Yeah, so some of that will have been dealt with along with some of the freight messaging. We have had meetings with some of the business, like the retail NZ and hospitality NZ that tend to have wider members, but there is probably more that we can do there. So that's definitely something that we'll be looking at rolling out between now and when the line closes.
Great. Cool. And just one other question around the rail replacement buses. We have had issues in the past with the quality of some of those buses. And in particular that they're not necessarily able to deal with the accessibility needs. And the other thing I've seen a bit of is them not having the infrastructure for tagging on and tagging off, and therefore we don't capture those rides at all. Is that going to be, is that something that's being cleaned up for this round?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Absolutely. So, I mean, there may be the occasional one that happens in terms of that. The challenge, I think, for the team has been in prior years, is we take the Eastern Line as a good example of that. So if it shuts down during the regular school year, you don't have the availability of the school fleet to be able to use, which is fully equipped and accessible. And so there is guidelines, what we call the requirements for urban buses. There are some that have exemptions from that. To sort of manage the program, but by all accounts, the majority will be accessibility enabled buses.
Cool. And hop open loop and
payments. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh, thank you. And I guess it's a bit of a measure of frustration for me, not directed at AT or Kiwi Rail, but having been one of those that really wanted to see the CRL get off the ground and then followed it very closely, looking at other international examples. It's been apparent to me for some time that getting it operationalised is always going to be a big job. We know that from the Sydney Metro line, we know that from the Elizabeth line, and I suppose the person I'd like to have sitting before us at the moment would be Sean Sweeney, if I had my way, because he was quite dismissive of perhaps some of the questions that I had been trying to ask about that. So forgive me if I'm directing them to you when I'd really like to be directing them to him, but he's off an island. I want to better understand in terms of mitigations, because you know how hard it is to get any major infrastructure program off the ground. You heard Councillor Darby and myself talking about the importance of public transport, and unfortunately, rightly or wrongly, this will potentially, the perception might be, well, it's been, disruptive, more disruptive than it need necessarily be, and I don't think that's the case, but we're dealing with a world of perceptions. So what I want to be assured is, in terms of mitigations, could we have seen more money thrown at it to speed it up? You've got the funding of the 159 million being the balance of the rail network growth impact management program, etc., etc. But were there any other strategies that could have been deployed to minimise the amount of time and disruption? Can you speak to that?
I'm happy to take that question, John, if you like, Councillor. I believe the answer to that is no. there's only so much work you can crowd into any given work site without that actually becoming inefficient. We've structured this program, as Stacey talked about, around the school holidays, and the strategy to minimise disruption. This is as hard and fast as we can go. If I had double the money, I couldn't make it go any faster. We've absolutely crammed in what we can. So I genuinely believe this is the most efficient way we can do it, and no amount of additional money would make that any different.
That is my understanding, but I just wanted it stated for the public record that this
I'm happy to state it.
This is a sort of necessary evil. I guess the other concern that I've got is what, in a public perception perspective, the impacts on patronage and also the revenue loss for us over this period. Have you scoped what that might be, Tracy, in terms of what the impact for AT might be?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we have, and actually we do have are seeking an SOI adjustment in terms of what that patronage is based on days of closure, which I think we'll be talking about a bit later. So yes, there is an impact, because we do know that a percentage of customers will find other ways, and so it does have an impact. I do want to say too, in support of the actual program, we did look at alternate options. Now, the alternate option was having significant delays and speed restrictions across the network, which wouldn't have enabled the timetable. And we could have, what we call, drawn out the stretches and blocks of lines across the network in order to have the works done over years once it's open, which from a desirability perspective and a patient's perspective, and we talk about disruption fatigue, we just thought that would not be the desired outcome for anyone, to have closures once the lines are up and running instead of City Rail Link is integrated.
The main focus, of course, in our discussion today thus far has been around passenger rail, but of course there are massive disruptions in terms of freight. And I just wonder if there's anything else that you can add to your comms and work that's being done to give assurance that we're going to be managing that as best we can, and also minimising the numbers of additional trucks coming onto the roads.
Yeah, so there is part of the conversations that we're having when we're briefing stakeholders now, wherever relevant, we're talking a lot about those road movements and how those are being managed, and working really closely. The delivery team has set up a group where they're discussing exactly how the road movements are going to be managed, and we are sharing some of that modelling with the people that need to know that are based in those areas to make sure they understand how it's being addressed.
Chair, when the time comes, I don't need to speak to this, but I do want to acknowledge, while Tracy's here, and also Barry Potter, the work that they have been doing behind the scenes on this for months and months, because this was always going to hit us. So thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. So thank you, team. And just want to echo what Chris has said there. I guess the amount of work that you have done together to get the best outcome we possibly can has been really, really top class. So I just want to thank you for that. Having owned a restaurant, I'm yet to find a way of making an omelette without cracking an egg. So we got to do it, and we're doing it in the best way we possibly can. So thank you. So we now open it up for debate. And Desley?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something along those lines. Thanks, Chair. So, councillors, I spoke at the announcement of the of the rail network rebuild 2025 a few weeks ago, because the Mayor was offshore. And I talked about how CRL will fundamentally transform public transport in Auckland. But of course it can't do that without also transforming the existing rail network so it's capable of running the extra trains, and doing so without endless weekend and late night disruptions. Commuters have suffered that disruption for 5 years or more, and I think an important part of that communication is explaining why, when the network has been down for such a long time, it's still going to be down. But I think it's also worth remembering that our network was originally designed for freight, not for being a popular metro commuter network that it has now become, and going to become even better. So the network, we know, has serious issues, and we need to rebuild that ageing foundation and modernise outdated assets that are slowing trains down. I want to congratulate both KiwiRail and Auckland Transport for working together on a plan to get this critical work done in ways that reduce disruption as much as possible. And yes, they did look at all sorts of alternative options, and this one, and I'll repeat it, is a program that reduces disruptions as much as possible. And they'll be focusing on times when the train use is at its lowest, like January, during major holidays, weekends and late evenings. And where possible, crews will work around the clock 24/7. And this strategy means, of course, that in most cases when schools and workplaces resume regular schedules, weekday trains should run with minimal interruptions. The network will be fully operational for more weekends next year than they've been operating this year. So this ambitious program delivers a decade's worth of maintenance in just 18 months. As a city, we're putting a lot of trust in KiwiRail to stick to these timetables, and we all want to avoid unexpected closures. It's now critical that Aucklanders are kept informed about the scheduling and alternative options when the trains aren't running. So that's our challenge, isn't it, to KiwiRail and to Auckland Transport. Stick to the schedule, keep customers informed, keep us informed, and if things go wrong, get onto it early. We need to know, the public needs to know, and more importantly, deliver on time and on budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
No, I used the opportunity to make my thanks before. Thank you.
No problem. Mike?
Yes, thank you. I recall that when I saw the video about how great the CRL is going to be, I recall the very first Transport Committee meeting of the new Auckland Council in December 2010, in which one of the Conservative councillors tried to overturn the council's recommendation to support a city rail link, and we went to battle stations and managed to defeat that amendment. But if only people in the room knew how long and how much the CRL was going to cost, perhaps we may not have been so successful in hitting that amendment off. And I also recall 2 years ago when Mr. Gordon presented about the rail rebuild and the fact that despite the about 600 million paid to KiwiRail by Auckland ratepayers for access to the rail network, significant amount of work still had to be done. Where that money went, to me, is not clear, but a former Minister of Transport provided a significant amount of funding for KiwiRail on top of the funding that Aucklanders have been paying KiwiRail for a fit-for-purpose rail network to get the job done. And yet, rather like the CRL, the job seems to be dragging on and costing more and more money, which is disappointing. Disappointing because we're hemorrhaging rail passengers, rail patronage, which took so many years to build up, 20 years to build up, and now we're still way behind where we were in 2019. I wonder, we talked about congestion charging in an earlier item, and it makes me question, where is the joined up thinking? Where is the strategic thinking in terms of transport in Auckland? Because I don't see much of it. Last month, we dealt with the public transport fare review. And despite having a crippled rail network, one of the reasons for the swinging increases for loyal PT users, working Aucklanders, is PT operating costs have increased by 63 million in the last financial year through contract indexation. Presumably that's with our foreign-owned operators. increase tracks access charges to Kiwi Rail. So Kiwi Rail, even though we have a non-fully functioning rail service, which is for the last couple of years, which is hemorrhaging passengers, they're still bumping up their charges. What sort of landlord would increase the rent for, say, a house where the roof badly leaks or some of the rooms can't be used? And then I ask you, what sort of tenant would pay that rent increase? But there we are. It's very disappointing for someone who has been involved with rail in particular over the last 20 years, 30 years actually, going back to 1992 when we bought the DMUs from Western Australia, how poor the situation is right now and how we seem to have lost competence in this country. Once a can-do country, we seem to have lost critical level of competence in the way we deal with infrastructure, build infrastructure, and the way we manage it. So they are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. There no more discussion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'll put it. Those in favour say aye. And against? Carried. Thank you. Right, the next one is the approval of the modifications to Auckland Transport Statement of Intent. And so Claire is going to come up and lead this off, and Dean will jump alongside. And you'll see there's some changes in the recommendations. Just want to acknowledge the work done by council staff and Auckland Transport to nut out the issue in regards to passenger numbers. So thank you for that. So Claire, all yours.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. So this report recommends your approval of modifications to Auckland Transport's 2024 to 27 Statement of Intent. The proposed modified SOI is in response to a governing body's resolution in October, which acknowledged that the funding decisions announced in September in the National Land Transport Plan significantly reduced the funding available to Council and Auckland Transport. And at that committee, we also agreed a new capital investment plan and budget. The modified SOI accurately reflects these changes. You will see up there some revised resolutions. And this is because at the time that we had to provide the report to the committee, it was also the same day that the Auckland Transport SOI report went to the Auckland Transport Board. And we had a few questions. We were unable to sort of fully understand how some of that patronage boarding target had been reduced. Pleased to say that over the last week we've had an opportunity to meet and have those conversations, and we've agreed on a revised target sooner than expected. We are all in agreement that the rail network rebuild program will result in a reduction of approximately 1.2 million passengers on the rail lines, and that the AT's SOI will be adjusted accordingly to reflect that. What we also have under the current SOI was that there were a number of unplanned disruptions which resulted in a reduction of about 540,000 passengers. So we will treat those reductions as a variance, and that will be reported through in the quarterly reporting. So with that update in mind, we recommend that this SOI is approved, and we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. You got anything to add, Dean?
No, I'm just happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, questions. So kick off with the Mayor.
Thanks for the catch-up. I'm just interested to know if we could be a bit more ambitious about things like dynamic lanes and optimisation. Well, the presentation says you're only doing 3 this year and 4 next year. Is there a way we can wind that up a bit?
Yeah, look, in terms of the modification of the Statement of Intent, we haven't considered modifying those targets. That's not what's before us in terms of a decision right now. Having said that, we're always looking to exceed our targets, so my assurance is we'll continue to focus on delivering as many as we can in the timeframes and with the funding that we have.
Thanks, Dean. And yeah, just a reminder that this is not about diving back into the existing SOI. This is the stuff that we talked about from the funding decisions.
I know that maybe Claire's touched on it, but the only changes we're seeking to the existing SOI around public transport boardings, which you saw a modified resolution there, around fare box recovery to reflect the reduced number of boardings, that key assets and a moderate or better condition and percentage of capital budget invested. So those are the only changes. All other elements of the SOI remain the same. The board, maybe I'm giving the feedback I should have given at the beginning, sorry, Chair. The board did debate whether or not, given our inability to deliver on elements of the statement of intent that are important to the public, and the CCO review and some of the public debate around that, whether we should be considering whether or not to adjust our target for trust and confidence, but we have decided that we would leave that exactly where it was on the basis that we are determined to continue to build trust and confidence. So irrespective of these changes and the impacts on the public, we remain determined to continue to lift trust and confidence. So that was the only recommendation or one other area that we considered that is not, we're not seeking change for, but I wanted to highlight it just for the purposes of demonstrating our commitment.
Cool, thank you. Richard?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe it is for the AT update, but just on the, obviously it looks like we're reducing the target if you don't have the context that the rail is closed, so you can't get those people on a train, that there is none. Are there ways to also represent this around the daily targets when things are open? Because I think what's happening is we've got an average that's being pulled down by closed days as part of the problem. So it looks like we're reducing our target as in like daily people, but it's just reducing people jumping on trains that aren't moving. Like it's an obvious reason you have to do this, but it might not necessarily tell the whole story.
Well, it's not intended to tell the whole story, in fairness, Councillor. Our commitment is to deliver a certain patronage growth across the year, and we know there's a number of unders and overs in that. We try to forecast it, and we know that there are things that affect that patronage on the go. It might be in the course of an unplanned disruption or an unplanned cancellation, which is what I think you're referring to. So we have factored some of that in terms of our patronage forecast. What we didn't factor in, which is the only reason we've gone for an adjustment, is the extended block of line. Otherwise, we do factor in unders and overs, and then we remain very determined. Look, even I think last year, and Stacey will correct me, and maybe she can do so when she comes up later on, we had 88 million, and this year we're targeting 97 million. So, look, that's still a 10% increase, or between 10 and 15% increase. So it's still a big lift on what we achieved last year.
Thanks. Shane.
Thank you, Chair. Just so that I'm clear, so where that resolution says B, due to unplanned rail closures and partial closures by Kiwi Rail, I'm just a little bit confused because we're expecting the fare box recovery rate and the fares to have an impact on our targets as well.
Yes, so look, there's two things going on here, and I'll just unpack that a little bit if that's okay. So if we looked at it in the round, if we annualised it, it's probably at 1.7 million reduction in passenger trips on rail. But that's been split between what's already happened, which was closures greater than what we forecast, plus what we're forecasting in the future based on the plan you just heard. So that we've got a backcast and we've got a forecast. We do know that that will impact, and that adds up to 1.7 or thereabouts. And we do know that that will impact fare box recovery. And we've made an adjustment for that. That's why in here you'll see it goes from 35% to 34%.
Yeah, just because I want to get our resolution accurate, Chair. If it's just about KiwiRail's network rebuild, that's fine. But if we're expecting it to go down by that amount, not just because of the rebuild, but because of prices going up, I would want that in a resolution. So is that accurate or not accurate?
Can I clarify? The reduction in fare box recovery is not, none of these have got anything to do with fare increases. This is all about what we're anticipating the rail network to be available for, the impact on availability for people to actually jump on and jump off the train and pay.
I think I got you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, any further questions on this? Perfect. Oh, thank you, team. Nice work to get that alignment. Well done. Any discussion, debate? None? Oh, we better move it. I'll move it. Is there a seconder? And Leslie will second. No debate. Those in favour say aye. And against, carried. We're going to break for lunch. And because I'm doubting we'll get through the Auckland Transport update within 5 minutes. Much as I'd love to, and much as Dean would love to. But we'll break for lunch and we'll be back here at past, and there is a light snack. Oh, it's 12:43. There you go. I've got the clock's wrong here. So 20 past. How's that? Okay. Someone who suffers from dyscalculia, I can figure that one out all by myself. Rightio, 20 past. metrics I used to count. No. Okay, so welcome back everybody, and we are going to resume. And first up is AT update. So Dean and Simon, thank you. Good to see you.
Yes, so thank you very much, councillors. We've got a presentation just to provide some highlights, but I'm not going to put that on just yet because well, I will actually, but I'll zoom to the end part because I'd like to change the order. Simon will be providing us an update on network productivity. I'd like to start with the last item and then move to the beginning again, so Simon can meet commitment with a very important stakeholder. So if I flick through this, because I don't want to reveal anything before I... There we go, that was too fast for anybody to read, wasn't it? Right. You're not allowed to read the other slides before you get to them. Hopefully the font wasn't too small. Or big. Right, here we go. I'm going to hand over to Simon, who'll bring to you an update on our network productivity focus. Thank you.
So kia ora. You'll recall that 2 meetings ago at this forum, I introduced the whole improving network productivity portfolio, and to some of the comments from councillors earlier, we do try and look at this holistically, so across work streams to make sure we're prioritising movement on corridors, considering making the network safe and providing access to people through the parking programme. So there's 6 work streams here. I'm going to provide an update today on 3 of them, and you heard about timer use earlier in the meeting. So for network optimisation, there's some highlights on screen. In terms of intersections, we are looking to modify 250 for customer benefit this year. One of the recent ones is Hollyford and Aspiring intersection. And you can see by some modifications there, there's been a benefit to 1,000 bus users through the junction, and saving people around 3 to 4 minutes in their journeys. In terms of dynamic lanes, at Main Highway we've put in a dynamic lane, and in terms of the customer benefit there, there's 350 people flowing quicker through there in the afternoon peak. And in terms of a special vehicle lane example, Fred Taylor Drive, there we've got 700 people benefiting in the AM and PM peak. So that's the type of thing we're trying to achieve through this portfolio. And to give you a reminder of some of the scale, appreciate this is a busy slide, but there's a number of initiatives happening in network optimization. So I've referenced the special vehicle lane example there, and we do have we're aiming for another 10 next year. They do take a little bit of time to plan to make sure we're consulting, ensuring they're safe and designing them well, but we do have a pipeline there. And in terms of the bottom right, the smart technology focuses on things such as bus boosters, as we've been referring to them, when we've put in 25 of them already this year, with an aim for 65, and we're looking to pilot the same thing with FENS for their vehicles. And top left, as I mentioned, on the intersections, the aim's to do 250 this year. We've already delivered 70 with another 30 in progress. In terms of the parking work stream or room to move work stream, so we've got 4 comprehensive parking management plans underway now for Albany, Newmarket, Manukau and Ponsonby. So they will be consulted on with the public and look at the balance of movement versus access and new loading zones, for example, things that we often hear from people. So we've got 4 new ones underway, and in terms of an example of something we're focusing on for hopeful customer benefit, at Albany Park and Ride, we have had feedback that it can often be full early in the day, so that's somewhere we're going to trial a new bookable spaces pilot to see if people want to book spaces in advance so they can guarantee a place even if they turn up later in the day. And just lastly, safety. We continue to focus on high-risk corridors and intersections to improve safety at junctions. And you'll see on the right-hand side there, particular focus on safety near schools. So that's just to give you a flavour of what's been going on in this work stream. I'm happy to take any observations or questions.
So because Simon's got to disappear, are there any questions for him on those aspects we've just covered? No, get out while you can, mate.
Okay, and we'll continue to bring updates here every 2 months.
Okay, thank you. Dean, back to you.
Okay, thank you. I will invite Stacey and Murray to join me if that's okay. All right. So this is, before I just talk through some of the highlights and some of the topical updates, and you've had the last one, can I just acknowledge that in the life of Auckland Transport, this week's been a pretty unusual one, and it would be inappropriate not to acknowledge that, but combined with the proposed legislation changes in the CCR review, I thought it was useful to reassure councillors and the public that's listening, we've been singular in our focus. And that is, we are here to deliver great infrastructure and great public transport services. And as we navigate these changes, we remain deeply committed to that. And we remain deeply committed to ensuring that whatever the new design or the new state is of transport governance and delivery in Auckland, that we want to contribute as best we can to ensuring that is the best it can be. We have no interest in not contributing that way, because we don't want the in-state to be a shambles because we didn't contribute in the way that we could. So we're deeply committed to getting the best out of it, and actually we understand significantly that that there is an opportunity to bring the public and elected members closer to a number of the decisions that are usefully made. And I think we've always been open about that, and we've sought to do that in our current construct. A new construct will enable that to happen in a different way, and we remain deeply committed to constantly building public trust and confidence in the way that public transport and infrastructure is delivered. So I just want to acknowledge that, unscripted but important, that we're all in for those outcomes. On that note though, because I believe a lot of good things are happening, we will talk about some of the highlights and some of the some topical updates. So, first one is, we launched contactless payments a few weeks ago on the 17th of November. In approximately 3 weeks, we did 208,000 electronic payments. So these are payments outside the HOP system. There's a couple of awesome things about this number. One is it's 208,000. I mean, I think that's pretty awesome. That's about 5% of all trips. The second awesome thing is the system has withstood the test. It is working. Hasn't fallen over. All the stress testing, all the design, all the planning, all the build of a new system is delivering a solution that Auckland is clearly enjoying and continuing to enjoy in increasing numbers. So we're very proud of that. The second one is we went out with a pothole promise, and this was one of those moments when you draw the ear in between your teeth and you think, will we deliver on the promise? 95% of all potholes repaired within 24 hours of a main road and within 5 days on a local road. 95%. 785 potholes have been repaired, which is a big number in its own right. We wish it was less, but you do have a lot of kilometres of road, 1,000 kilometres of road out there. And we've hit our performance target of 95%. So I've got great gratitude to the team that has enabled us to capture that, ensure that the work's done and reported on so we can go public with the fact that we're meeting our commitment. And I want to say thank you to the contractors that have to do the work and spin things up within 24 hours. I don't want to be left unsaid as well that they continue to change their technology, because we last pothole repairs to last longer and longer. So that's a couple of, I thought, useful piece of good news. Other things that are worth highlighting, I've touched on the first one, which is about new ways to pay. Northwest Bus Network, we targeted 3.5 million trips at this stage, or we forecast, and we've hit 5. You know, that's an awesome result, and I see Shane's got both arms up and celebrating the moment, so next we'll get a little jig from you. You can stand up. Yeah, that's it. No, don't. Look, can I also call out, we've got a deep focus on how we do special events. Coldplay and Pearl Jam were, and that was the same period of time that we had the Hikoi through Auckland. So our events teams and ATOC were fully engaged in managing this transport network to ensure that the Hikoi got through and that we were supporting major events. And so I'm calling it out here, particularly with those two, the numbers of people that we are able to move at pace within our agreed timeframes for Eden Park. I know there's always a bit of noise around Eden Park and whether we're doing what we're doing and saying what we're doing, but we are. Okay? We are. And look, the other good thing is Botany Town Centre is part of the Eastern Busway. The good thing about this is we front-loaded that piece of work, which means that people can get in and out of that shopping centre at Christmas when we know that we've got a significant amount of additional traffic. And so I'm really grateful to the Eastern Busway team that they were able to provide for that out of what was the otherwise normal sequence. We had a good launch on bus driver screen solutions, and it was good to have you out, Wayne, as part of that. This is a really important investment in safety on buses. It will take some time, but the program around implementation of those safety screens is also built around ensuring we've got buses on the network. We can't take them all out to install them. We've got to take them out and install them as we can, and also time it with fleet replacement. We have a road cone cleanup campaign starting, which is designed to get the clutter off the roads. So if it's not needed, we promise to come and pick it up. And you'll see our pothole promise remains here. We're working closely with all shopping centres likewise, so we can help alleviate traffic demands on main shopping centres and malls, and encouraging people, no matter where they shop, local shops, main shops, malls, destination locations, that they have the opportunity to catch public transport if that's convenient for them. All the shopping malls have committed, and centres have committed to working with us on enabling to the degree that they can also influence movement of vehicles. Now, what I'd like to do is hand over to Stacey. I know a number of you had questions around the recent, some of the recent media regarding an NZTA document on transport patronage and fare box recovery rates. We have been doing some good work on that, and we're across the issues, and Stacey will bring you up to date on it. Thank you, Stacey.
Thank you, Dean. I know there's been some curious questions about what this means, and particularly to public transport fares in Auckland, and last month we did bring you our fare update with increases. It poses no change to that at point. We feel that we're actually very well placed to achieve our targets. So in terms of what we call fare box recovery, NZTA, now term private share, is made of a very similar what I call bucket of things, including any sort of revenue from leases across their public transport facilities for retail purposes, public transport fares, advertising, and there's a number of other costs such as to do with ferry wharf fees, etc. And right now, we already have a statement of intent target of 35%, or to be revised 34% in terms of that. So we're well placed to achieve that. So in terms of barriers for us, there isn't a lot in the first 2 years. The next year, the target goes up to 42%, so that's FY 26-27. That's going to be challenging because we're bringing in a whole lot of additional cost to do with City Rail Link to get that up and running, and that will take some time to even out. But by all accounts, we're much more commercially focused by default than a lot of the other PTAs, and that's largely due to our construct. And so given that, it's always a focus for us in every financial year. It has been compromised in previous years. A lot of that has to do with policy decisions, which have been made for the right reasons at the right time, but it takes time to sort of change that back. And we've had a lot of cost increases as, relative to increasing bus driver wages, which was absolutely essential. and those types of things. The other side of the conversation, actually, the team are having a conversation with NZTA today, because it is a discussion document. It's not a final document. And as part of that is in terms of what are the other sort of levers for cost control, but also in terms of commercialisation of any assets, services, etc., what can be done. And there's a number of things that, you know, we sort of collectively are looking at, such as if you put too many restrictions about what you want, but by default you can impede an operator to be price competitive. So if you say you can only purchase these two types of buses, that's a big part of where they get their, you know, cost advantage from and competitivity. So we don't want to see those things being eroded going forth, because they're important for the overall conversation and competition of the market. Indexation is, and I know this came up in a prior conversation today, so I wanted to explain indexation. Indexation is not something that Auckland Transport dictates. It's part of an NZTA index that's published quarterly, and it's made up of a bucket of goods that impact the particular sector it relates to. In this occasion, it is for bus. So there's a bus index. There's two indexes now. There's one for electric buses and there's one for diesel buses. Now that means you get compound indexation quarterly. So that's actually quite costly by definition when you look at it that. So we're having conversations with the NZTA about indexation and how that should apply, and should it apply to the capital cost of a contract. Most of our service contracts, if we look at bus, because it's easier to explain, bus is made up of three cost components. So you've got your capital costs, so you've got your asset costs, you've got time and service, so your service time component, and your hours, kilometres. So you've got those three sort of costs that make up an envelope. So without looking at time and distance together, you can get a perverse result, particularly in an urban setting. So making sure that those types of scenarios are well understood by people, and to work with them on what's going to be a more efficient contracting methodology. Tenure of contract is obviously a big one for capitalisation of assets and that type of thing. So we're doing all we can to help support some of the other PTAs as well. Their challenges are a lot larger than ours, and that's very real for them in terms of that. So we do want to do what we can to support. Yeah.
So if I can just pick up on one thing about that, and then invite Stacey to talk about fare evasion and percentages, and the link between, well, the perceived link between fare evasion and safety. But there's been a number of headlines when we look at private share of fare increases having to go up 70%. We do not see that as being the case in Auckland. Okay? What we have planned and forecast, and where our private share or fare box recovery percentages is, it's close to the targets, except for further down the track, and that's what we need to negotiate. This is a discussion document. So somebody else's headline is not your headline for Auckland. It is not 70%. It is nothing different for this year and next year, or the next couple of years, than what we have planned it to be. And I'm going to labour the point, thank you. I'm going to labour the point. The reason you're there is we saw this coming, and we're also committed to getting the balance right. You've got a commercial organisation that delivers and thinks through this commercially, and we're doing our best to balance all those unders and overs, recognising the impost of not getting it right on the taxpayer and ratepayer. And Auckland is 60 to 65% of New Zealand's public transport system, so you've actually got an entity that understands these things and trying to balance them all the time. Stacey, did you want to add to that? And then if not, can you please go and talk a little bit about percentage evasion and the perceived link between evasion and safety? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a lot.
I know, but I just, look, it's just a, well, I know I can talk about it, but I know that you.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of fare evasion, and I think we talked about this last time, and we don't have a screenshot today. I'm going to commit to bringing one next time so you can see what I'm talking about, because it's actually a really interesting dashboard that the team have developed in response to fare evasion. So what it does is it's made it a lot easier for bus drivers to record where you've got zero fare paying customers come on board, and that way we have what we call a heat map across Auckland of where these things are occurring, and it helps deploy transport officers based on the intelligence that we have rather than a spray and hope approach. That doesn't obviously solve all issues, but it goes a long way to sort of understanding in terms of what's happening out there. So airfare evasion, I'll give you two stats. So for bus, what's coming through that is 3%. That's actually really low. And I know it may sound like a lot, but it's actually really low. Yeah. So if I compare that to my Australian peers, I'm going to have conversations with them. They're above, most above 10%. Yes. And so we're actually doing pretty well. We did, yeah. And we did an audit of a couple of the train lines. I think it was the Southern train line too, and that was every single customer, and it was 2%. So it is actually really good, and having more tools to be able to understand that is important. So it's still more than what Auckland is used to seeing, and what we think we're used to seeing, particularly on the bus network. But we've got good tools now to be able to track it, understand it, and then see what tools we can put in place. Is there a link between that and safety? Look, I think in terms of the potential for some behaviours, yes. I think that is a fair statement, but not necessarily exact either. I think with the new ways of payment coming in, that takes away a barrier for a lot of people. And so then we get a much better indication of real fare evasion, rather than the perception that somebody just doesn't have a hop card, had a legitimate, excuse as to why they didn't have their hop card, etc. Versus, total evasion, don't want to pay, full stop, no matter how you can make me pay scenario. So there are two different things in terms of that. We're still seeing, obviously, an increase from what we had 2019, 2020 in terms of violence, threats and aggression across the network. That is real. That is something we're grappling with every day. And obviously with the bus driver screen rollout, that's one thing. It's not the only thing. We're working on lots of things, including the bystander, active bystander sort of program, and understanding that from a theoretical point of view, from an academic point of view, about what we can do in educating Auckland more widely about this, about supporting each other. It's a challenge, and it will always be a challenge, but it's something that we're continually improving on with our other stakeholders and agencies involved with us to do that. We have really good working relationships with police, as we've talked about. They're very responsive, and we continue to work with them on different initiatives. Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll go on to the capital program, and then happy to take any questions. Thank you, Murray.
Sure, thanks, Dean. Just advance to the next slide. Yeah, so capital program is tracking well in terms of delivery against budget, and just a few key highlights shown in pictures here. In terms of road surfacing and renewals, we're ahead of program, and this is key and important to fix the underlying problems that are causing potholes. And related to that is the storm recovery program. You can see on the top left, work's going on at Scenic Drive, a significant amount of work's continuing with the storm recovery program, and that's making really good progress, and we expect to see a number of these sites completed before Christmas. On the top right, we've got, you may or may not recognise that, but a Hamilton jet unit being affixed to one of the new electric ferries. And if anyone's been out to Half Moon Bay recently, you would see the construction has commenced on the charging infrastructure for the ferry out at Half Moon Bay. On the bottom right is an example of local board project. Significant number of local board capital fund projects are in the pipeline and moving through the design and into construction phases over summer. So some really good progress moving forward with those local board projects. Dean, next slide.
Sorry.
Yeah. Just looking ahead, you've already heard from Simon about special vehicle lanes and dynamic lanes. Here's some pictures to illustrate what's happening. So top right is the, top left is the dynamic lane on Main Highway. And if you look closely, you can see that that sign, it lights up when it's in use, which is the example on the right, or when the bus lane is not in use, then it's switched off. So there's real-time control of that from the Auckland Traffic Operations Centre
to be able to activate the bus lane when it's required and switch it off when it's not. Bottom left is the Triangle Road bus lanes, which are planned to go live this month, in the next week or so. We're also extending the operating hours for dynamic lanes on Whangaparoa Road, that's the bottom right. And some work is progressing on cycling with the Mangere West designs going out for consultation. And also we're in good progress with the Glen Innes to Tamaki tenders for the construction of that work. Also to note that Great North Road projects, the next phase of construction will begin in January 25. So that's all for capital for me, Dean.
Okay, and on to Alison.
Lastly, but not leastly, the same day that we had contactless payments going live, we also had the crosstown changes. And that's probably a considerably big service change that we've had in the central region since the new network actually went live. And by all accounts, it's gone very well. There was a number of tag outs that had to be done within the first couple of weeks, including flags on poles and PIDs fixed, etc. But the team were sort of working there around the clock and monitoring that to make sure customers knew the services they had and what options they had. There is a few residual issues with the school bus. It's been extended to going to be extended to ACG Parnell, and to accommodate that as well. And also it may be that the team end up doing 2 afternoon runs. So they're working on with the operators in the schools on that, just to accommodate the different end times of the day, and so children aren't, waiting too long to catch their bus. But by all accounts, it's gone really well, and early data indications are that there has been uplift, which we don't immediately expect to see after a substantial change. So that's really positive in terms of that. And the neighbourhood interchanges are working really well. They're really good. Thank you.
That brings us to the end of our presentation, so I'm more than happy to take any questions. Maybe I'll leave it on one of my favourite slides.
Thanks, Dean. So we've got some questions. Ken.
Thank you. Two questions. Just first of all, about the fare evasion and the stuff that you're talking about. It's all very well to talk about it in the manner we do here, but that doesn't really convey the perceptions that the public are getting. And I know that we're supposed to not, talk it down, but just recently, for a couple of different reasons, I've had members of my family and more extended family talking to me about this. One of my sons, for 4 days, because he did something different, decided I'll get the bus. And he said to me, "You wouldn't believe the people who just walk past the driver and sit down and no one says anything." And I said, "Okay, I know that." And well, I don't know that, but the bus driver, I'm not asking him to say something. But the next question is, why the hell should I pay? And then a woman, the age of my wife, who commutes now from Orewa to the city, who made the comment, the main comment was that 3 security guys got on the one bus. And she said, "Well, why all 3? But the discussion quickly moved to how much more comfortable it feels in certain situations when those people are on the bus. So that was, are we... Screens are not just the answer to everything. What are we working? Are we going to look at increasing security presence?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Short answer is no. We have a limited pool of people that we can deploy based on the budget we have available for that. What we are doing is working more closely with police on deployment options and what that may look like going forth. But also having the tools so we can make sure that we're using the limited resources we have to the best approach. Yeah, and so in terms of fare evasion, like your son has seen, how can we, if that's a high frequency route, we will have it on our watch list and we will be deploying transport officers on that in order to understand it better. The other thing too is updating the conditions of carriage now that we have an alternate payment mechanism, and undertaking more training and working with our operators on what that looks like in terms of questioning. It's still going to be a compromised conversation until we get more security screens in place in terms of people's levels of comfort, but that de-escalation training is the first port of call, because then you really know the intentions, you understand intentions, and a bus driver has the skills to be able to understand that situation more and whether it's going to escalate or not. So there's a number of things that sort of sit underneath that to try and help that conversation. It's not just one thing. There's multiple things happening.
Can we not make it like the train station where the door won't open until you've swiped your card? Anyway, last question, please. Some people from the organisation reached out to Councillor Henderson and myself about the busway, the bus lane, taking up the safety lane on the Northwestern motorway. I didn't support it because it was very interesting that the report that I got said that we can't turn the safety lane into a bus lane 24/7 because its primary purpose is safety, but we were being asked to increase the time that buses had priority on that lane or took over that lane as a bus lane during the most important time for when we needed the safety, peak hour. And then the discussion just kind of, I haven't heard any more. Can you tell me where that sits? Have we now moved forward and increased the times on the Northwestern safety lane as a busway?
Thank you, Councillor. From memory, we have agreed an extension of hours within that time frame, not the full, not what AT would like, but in terms of a compromise provision to be able to use that bus lane. I think it's an additional 2 hours a day, but that's only when you've actually got the congestion on the network to be able to use it. Do you know what I mean? Like when the equivalent journey time and within the speeds of that shoulder running.
It allows you to move, it allows the bus to move into that shoulder to alleviate the, okay, thank you.
Thanks again. Richard?
Kia ora, thank you. Just because we're talking about the safety before I go on to fares, the disappointing kind of stories that came from David Seymour and Parmjeet Palmer that were seemingly incorrect, have you had a discussion with them about that? Because I think what the intent felt like was they're expecting our bus drivers to get in the way of fear of, when you look at those numbers, 2 or 3%, do you have any feedback? I know it's political, but those stories did come out and create a lot of confusion.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, they did, and myself and Rachel did meet with Parmjeet, and I know that Rachel did send some additional information thereafter in terms of fear evasion and the likes. So we did try and talk through the conversation. The problem we have is you're always going to have a for and an against conversation, and we're talking about people's safety here, and you get into a very compromised position where you're saying, don't let them on your bus, but someone's going to, punch them in the face. And that's what sometimes a bus driver is actually faced with. And we need to remember that. And so trying to have a balanced approach to that is absolutely necessary until we have the right engineering measures in place. For years we've danced around this. It's only now that we're actually putting in engineering measures because that's the point in time we're at.
And thank you. And the security, we have, 22,000 services or something a day? How many security members would we actually need if it was on every service? It just is impossible.
It would be impossible. It would be incredibly inefficient use,
Okay, thank you. Down to the private use, obviously that's a proposal, the private share. The concerns I have is that there's a nuance there, isn't it? Private share includes maintenance and other budgets, not like the fare box. How big is the gap between what we may have to charge for fares if the current proposal went ahead?
Thanks, Councillor. Like for the next couple of financial years, there would be no change. I mean, in terms of what we're actually forecasting with our own fare changes. So we wouldn't expect to see a huge, lift up over that. We're still having conversations to understand their methodology versus what we have been reporting SOI. There's very little difference. It's actually got to do with commercial revenue. The commercial revenue component in terms of commercial services. So what we actually get in that we immediately give out to the commercial operators. That seems to be the piece. In terms of what we call maintenance of our stations, etc., across the network, they're actually included in our current workings and our current models. They're actually part of it. And so we need to work through what that bucket looks like so that we mutually agree on it, because right now there is no consistent methodology that's apparent to everybody that's very clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and the other, will we give feedback on, I see in the discussion document, the fare box recovery or what we require from Aucklanders, pre-COVID is well below almost every Australasian city and New Zealand city, and what the aim would be would put us back ahead of every Australian city. Are we going to, is there a tipping point where actually the fare price, if we're having to aim to what the government is aiming, putting it way above our comparable cities, then puts everyone back in their cars and the whole transport system's pretty much stuffed? Can we give that sort of feedback? Like if you're giving feedback and us, I don't know.
Absolutely. So, I mean, right now we know, and we talked about this last month, we compare for fares, and actually we stack up pretty good internationally in terms of where our fares sit. And we also talked last month about the equity in terms of if you travel longer distances, we've made fares cheaper for you. And so we sit really well on the fare side. In terms of fare box recovery, we are the best in Australasia, dare I say it, in terms of cities across Australasia. I was talking to some of my Australasian peers last week about this topic, and so we actually stack up very well. The other part of it too that I think needs to come to fruition, and that's why we have put it in the SOI this year, is your utilisation, because it actually measures the value for money productivity of the assets you're using, and how you're using them. But there's a sliding scale for services that you have based on equity and inclusion. They're going to have a much lower in terms of utilisation, but you need them and they're essential. And then your ones like the NX ones are going to be really high in terms of utilisation. So it's making sure you measure that as a balanced package, in terms of it. So I don't have any immediate concerns about where we are, because we measure everything and we use it based on, proper data to be able to measure each part of it, to make sure that we don't get out of whack. And that's really important. Do I think we can do more in terms of increasing other revenue streams? And I would say yes, and I think we need to do more work with our other partners on that. And I'm thinking more about the land use and the commercialisation of that to bring down the cost of public transport. Therefore, the idea that you can have cheaper public transport for customers is, I think, something we'd all love. So that needs to be a focus for us going forward.
And very last question, just, that November 17 change, obviously, congratulations on those figures, especially the pay wave, etc. The routes, how often are we doing that sort of, that was quite a dramatic change, some of the routes on the shore, but also around the city and the big ones in Central, and the mayor's not stuck at Victoria Park anymore on the outer link. But, how often are you doing those quite significant reviews? Because they've made a massive difference already. Or is that like a 5-year type thing?
In terms of like a full review for that part, that was a new thing, and that was in response to travel behaviour a lot of it as well. So, I mean, post-COVID, more people wanting to travel cross-town, more cross-town journeys going from east to west, etc. But also in terms of cleaning up some historical things that actually didn't make sense, outer link, and things that, so that's one. Next year we will be doing enhancements and reviews, and we do periodic what we call timing point reviews and network reviews of that as well.
Thank you.
Desley? Yeah, thanks, Chair. Barry, it's a question for you, and I have given you a bit of a heads up on this. Have council staff made an assessment of the impacts of fare box recovery targets on our budgets, and if not, how do we know they're aligned, and can they be aligned?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll do my best to answer it, and if I get it wrong, I'm sure that Michael or Dean is going to correct me. My understanding is that this is still work in progress, and AT are working through it at the moment, and once they've got to that position, then the finance teams will work together on coming back to here with guidance on that.
Thanks, Barry, because I think that's really, really important, just from a budgetary perspective. Stacey, just the last one is to you. The new ways to pay has been very successful, so congratulations on that. I'm interested in the percentage of people who don't pay, and you've just talked about, it's been so successful, and I think you mentioned that maybe people now get on the bus and they can pay because they didn't have a hop card, which is why they may have done fare evasion before. Have you seen, if you've been monitoring fare evasion, have you seen any change as a result of the other way to pay, or has it always stayed at about 3%?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. That's actually a really good question. I haven't looked the last couple of weeks. What I will do is report back in terms of what that difference is over the following couple of months, because we're still getting refined reporting with Open Loop to be able to understand what services they're coming through on, you know, with it goes towards our utilisation, which we really need come February, March, in terms of to plan and add services when we get to that peak. But yeah, I will do some look on the numbers over the last couple of weeks and come back to you, because it'll be interesting to see if we've had a drop off there.
And the second one, can you confirm that the route that you put safety officers on the routes that you know have high fare evasion or a high incidence? Because, you know, I support what Councillor Turner said, you know, people feel more confident if there are passengers on, if there is security on services that are known to be a bit difficult. So you monitor that and you move them around based on that?
Absolutely, we do. So they are deployed based on the intelligence we receive. And so every week they look at that, or maybe in response to particular events. So they're not static. They don't go on the same thing at different times a day. They mix it up.
Finally, can you confirm you're looking at potential public transport options on the outer link, potentially the 75? Is it looking for ASB?
Yes, to be able to service the tennis, definitely. So the team are going to come back to me on what options there are. Yeah.
Thanks, Leslie. Joe?
Thank you. Congratulations on all the good news that you've presented to us today. Thank you. I wanted to ask, in regards to the fare evasion, being teenagers and school students, the majority, is there a link between that and how we changed and you're not free between 5 and 12 years old anymore on public transport? Could that be one of the reasons that people are catching up to the fact that it's changed now?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, that's definitely one. There's also an affordability conversation in terms of youth actually having the means to pay their fare and actually be equipped to be able to do that. That's the other challenge. Yeah, and that's a real challenge for many kids across Auckland.
Yeah, I figured. I don't know if Palmer, the MP, actually catches a bus, but it's not realistic to start issuing warnings. That'll just garner a lot of aggression to the bus driver and put others at risk on the bus. I've been on the bus and I've seen bus drivers kind of turn the other way when someone gets on the bus, and you can tell that they're vulnerable. Like you can tell, like homelessness may be an issue. They're not dangerous. They're just, they just got stuff going on, and they're no harm to anyone. And I've appreciated when the bus driver just lets them on. Nobody's at risk. It's just, you feel sorry for them. They just need to get somewhere. So I do appreciate that part. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Julie?
Thank you very much. I've got questions on just a couple of things, but I wanted to say first, I wanted to acknowledge Pete Moth and Ed Newbegin, and no doubt lots of other people, for their work on the Crosstown bus changes. They were really responsive to community concerns, fronted up to meetings with business associations and the public and all sorts of stuff, talked through some really hard issues, and I just wanted to pass on my respect and gratitude for that work. And also to acknowledge that a survey's already gone. I've already, as a user of the Crosstown buses, already got a survey asking me how I think it's going, so that's good to see too. And I won't speak and comment now, Mr. Chair. I have questions around potholes, and then I have questions around safety. So with the potholes, and I think it's great, and I've been hearing from people that the targets are getting met, so that's good. And I logged one this morning, so we'll see. Clock's ticking. And I just wanted to know, are we getting reports of potholes that aren't in our network? And so, like, for example, you talked before about working with shopping malls about moving traffic, but also there's a particular shopping place not far from me where people are often complaining to me about a pothole that is on private land. What are we doing with those complaints? Are we sending them on to the landowner, or do we just go, sorry, not our responsibility? Because there is a perception that it is our responsibility even though it isn't.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's very valid. To be honest, I'm not sure exactly what we do when those types of potholes are logged, but I can go away and find out more details. But definitely we're only fixing potholes that are within the Auckland Transport network, and potholes on private networks are the responsibility of those private road managers.
And yeah, and I think that's as it should be. What's happening in that grey space where it's actually like a park, a council park? Are we sending that on to council parks? I imagine we already did that, but just checking.
Yeah, there's good communication between the council departments, and so those types of things would be forwarded on to the relevant department. But I'll have to go away and find out whether we're forwarding on information on potholes on private networks.
Yeah, thank you. So then my next round of questions is around the safety stuff. And I'm aware that First Union, who I met with reasonably recently, and I know they're working with the other unions in the space, like Gary Froggatt's union, the Tramways, they've put together a report, have you received that report? Okay, not yet, all right. One of the things they're asking for in that report is looking at the central government funding for safety initiatives, that there be sort of a sector-wide conference or something to work out what are actually the most effective ways to spend that money. Is that something that AT is looking at doing in terms of the central government additional funds?
The central government additional funds has been directed towards the driver screens currently. We're the only PT actually doing the driver screens. It's also going towards, I think, driver rest facilities, etc., those types of things. Does there need to be broader conversation and alignment? Yes. We actually have Fraser that's going out meeting with all the unions and drivers over the next couple of weeks. He's been doing it the last couple of weeks, which is good. He's getting a lot of good feedback from them, which is really helpful in terms of what's meaningful and matters.
Cool. And just a couple of other things from that. So one of the things that's come up is the idea of really looking at the kind of de-escalation training that we're giving to drivers. It's not absolutely not to blame drivers at all, but to set them up with the right tools and support. And acknowledging that most de-escalation training is given at the start of employment, and there aren't necessarily refreshers. There's a number of situations that have been changing, for example, vaping on buses now, which can be another point of confrontation, particularly for passengers. So is that something that AT would potentially look at in some of the contractual arrangements with the bus companies, acknowledging they're the employees of the bus companies, but is that something we will look at as adding into those contracts?
Yes.
Regular de-escalation training, not just at start of employment.
Absolutely, Councillor, we're doing that.
Great. Yeah. And then final question in this space, which is one that I actually posed to Neil from the union as well, and he's going to see what his members think, but interested in your perspective on it. And we actually had a little mention of it before. We know in public spaces that having more people around, having passive surveillance and stuff does decrease attacks and bad behaviour generally. Is that something that we see on buses? Are the buses where we're having the most trouble the ones that have the lower patronage? Does it align with times of day when there's lower patronage? Do we have that kind of data? Because I think that would be really useful. That will tell us that actually increasing patronage potentially also has a safety impact as well. That's correct? Okay, great. It'd be good to get some data on that at some point. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Daniel?
Good afternoon. This will be my only contribution, but I firstly want to echo commendations for the work that you're doing in relation to pothole repairs. I think that that's good work. I certainly think that there is a strong level of community support for that work. And long may that continue, and hopefully we can get to the point where the network is sufficiently resilient that the breakout of those potholes becomes a little less of an issue in the future. My question relates to network optimisation, and particularly the work that's been taking place around the intersection signalisation. You had a couple of recent projects in my ward where we've installed light signals, which is very good. What I'm seeing now from Auckland Transport is is a greater level of acceptance, I think, that interventions and measures such as network signalisation for the installation of signals doesn't necessarily need to come with raised platforms as well. There seems to be a shift, which I think is good, away from, you know, the bells and whistles and the raised platforms and how the New World Order in terms of these things is going to work, you know, to perhaps more of a an acceptance that the intervention might not be as optimal as an engineer would like, but it's still going to be an improvement. Is that a policy position from on high? And as we move forward, as these local board requests do come through, is that type of approach likely to be able to ensure that we can continue to fund these improvements at these intersections to address measures of safety and efficiency?
Thank you for the question. The answer is it a policy position from on high? Yes, it was definitely a shift in approach. We had a funding approach previously that encouraged raised platforms whenever there was a safety intervention for pedestrians. We made the call when the policy and the funding shifted that actually we need to go back to a safe system approach that said there's a number of interventions and any one of those could be optimal. They didn't have to be at this end, which might be a raised pedestrian platform accompanied by a signalised intersection. It could be anywhere from a flush pedestrian crossing of the old zebra type through to the raised platform and signalised intersection. So we've done that work, and so you're seeing that reflect through into what's happening out on the transport network. We've also got only by exception, and I think I can only think of one so far in the last 12 months, only by exception would you put any raised element into an arterial road because their primary purpose is movement. Now we do get some instances where we have a lot of, vehicle movement. We do get some instances where we have a lot of passenger movement at 90 degrees to the vehicle movement. And under those conditions, we're very thoughtful about what we need to do to provide for pedestrian safety, because you need both. So we are thinking through this a lot more, and we're taking a safe system approach.
That's very good. That different approach, that the culture from on high, that's been set from on high, has been well received across the organisation, or you've got the engineers basically accepting it through clenched teeth. I'm not sure about that, but I think that that's good. What's been the level of feedback that you've had from the local boards in these areas where you're having these subsequent interventions, which will include signalisations, but for which the raised platforms might not now be included? Any concerns raised, or generally it's been a matter where there is an acceptance of the new approach?
The local boards want the same as what you want, which is what we want, which is safety for whether you're on a bike, a motorbike, a car, or as a pedestrian. I would say, generally speaking, the closer you get to a school or a town centre where you've got a lot of people movement, the desire for a raised element is greater. But our prerequisite for any safety intervention is there's got to be a safety case for it. We need local board support for it. We need local community support for it as well. So it could be the town centre or the school or whomever. And we need the budget for it. The budget is a timing issue, not an if issue. It's a when issue. But you need those elements before we would put something in. And we will come to the local board or the local business association with our thinking before the intervention took place. I think that change in approach has also alleviated a fair bit of the tension around what is and what isn't going to happen. I do think we didn't quite have the right approach before. It was more of a dictate, this is now a consult, engage, and then agree approach. But we do have views on where these interventions are across the network, that intelligence is helpful to local boards and local communities understanding what the risk is and therefore informing quality decision making.
And my one final comment, if I may, Chair, is that I echo the positive feedback that Auckland Transport rightly received from the community in relation to what you did on Weymouth Road in my ward. I think that it was quite a significant intervention, but it was timed very tight and you got it done. And I think that whilst there was temporary inconvenience, the speed of the implementation of that was to AT's credit. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel. Mayor Brown.
Thank you for that presentation. I've got a couple of questions. I'm interested in the fare subsidies. I know that it's pretty much the same for the buses right across the thing, but we get a couple of outliers with some of those ferries. And can we publish those so that we can see? It should be some consistent thing about 30-odd%, which is what I think the buses are. Is that not right? Yeah. And so I don't think that people quite understand that there are substantial subsidies in all fares, even when people say, you know, gosh, we've got to make them affordable. Somebody's paying for all that, and I'd like to see them more clearly subsidised and clearly known. So am I wrong in thinking there's a couple of wild outsiders in the ferry thing? What are they?
I can jump in there. That's coming to a trick meeting in March, and I think so. There's quite a big piece of work getting done to bring that work to the March meeting.
All right. Well, if we haven't got it, I'll wait for that. Second one was the government have recently reduced the amount of speed limits around the town. We've got quite a lot at the moment, rather more than most of us know about. And you had quite a large budget for changing that. I've just got a couple of questions about how that's made up, because it did seem quite a lot of money. Presumably, as a 40k sign, which is now going to be a 50 or 30 or 40, I'm not quite sure. There's quite a bit of changes been asked for. Are we just going to make a sticker and stick it on that one? We're not going to take the whole bloody thing down and put it up again, I hope, are we?
So what we've asked, we've got 1,800 roads where we will need to review and implement speed changes. There's been a big program of this over a long time, and so that is a reasonably comprehensive program that will take time and effort. That's the first point. The second point is there is an allowance, and I know it was quite a big number too, by the way, so I'm not detracting from that.
29 mil or something, right?
Yeah, so look, I haven't pressure tested the number, to be fair, because the team are working on it, but there's components. You've got to manage 1,800 roads. We've got to get it done by the end of June. First point. Second point is that we need some variable signs in that. We also need to consult. And the third one is how do we change static signs? You know, the 30 to a 40, the 40 to a 50, the 50 to an 80, or whatever the changes are. So we will work through that. And look, it won't end up being that number. It'll end up being the right number. But I don't want to promise what it is at this stage, because I don't have that information to hand.
Well, that's fair enough.
Sure
I don't want to see people pulling down signs when you could just stick on 40 over 30. That'd be good.
Yeah, if we can get away with that and it lasts, then that's fine. And that might buy us time.
Probably last until the next legislative change, so it doesn't have to last forever, mate. So,
yeah.
And then, with the government removing the financial contribution for Richard Ray's crossings, there's about 23 of them on either side of the Great North Road. Are they in or out of the funding?
We've done a lot of work on that. I can't remember the exact numbers, to be fair, but they that's for side entry. Actually, Murray, you might know the answer. I'll keep quiet.
Yeah. So there's no raised elements on Great North Road main arterial. There are some included on side roads for the entry treatment to protect the cyclists coming through. The funding for the Great North Road is in the approved NZTA budget, so whatever works are involved in the project are included in approved funding already.
Okay, so that they haven't fallen foul of the statement from the Minister that they will not fund any of that road crossing work. I'm just making sure that we don't spend this and find we haven't got the money.
All projects that were pre-approved in the pipeline, there's been no adjustments to the scope. However, we have reviewed that design quite comprehensively and taken out any elements that are not required.
I think good answers to questions. Thank you for that.
Shane. Yeah, thanks, Chair. Most of my questions have been asked, which is pretty cool. While I've got the mic, I'll just I don't need to, nonetheless, I'll power through. While I've got the mic, I don't need to comment, so I'll just quickly have a couple of sentences, if you don't mind. Just congrats for the WX1, just a fantastic result, making a huge difference to actually quality of life in West Auckland. It's fantastic. And also I want to talk about the operation of the $50 fare cap, but we might talk about that offline later. Just signaling a meeting request might be coming through. And speaking of which, I just want to dig down on the patronage data per route. I've got a bit of a cunning plan ahead, and I'm just wondering quickly, do I email you, Stacey, or can you put me in touch with someone? Cool, thank you so much. That was all, really. Thank you, Chair.
Nice work. Sharon?
Thank you, really good work on the potholes. Just on the potholes, I note that in Thames a couple of years ago, there was somebody that had actually fallen into a pothole, and it was on private business land. What I'm just going to suggest is maybe we should have some sort of a bylaw that businesses where members of the public are able to drive on or walk on or whatever, that we should have a bylaw, and it won't be Auckland Transport, but maybe the call centres can all make sure that they, I'm losing my voice again, sorry, make sure that all the proper authorities are notified. Potholes that are on, let's say the Pakaringa Plaza or something like that, and if we get a call, the Pakaringa Plaza is actually Auckland Transport, but a lot of shopping centres, we should be able to have a bylaw that WorkSafe get involved, and something has to happen. I see out at Totra Heights, they had some issues out there, and they were trying to get NZTA and Auckland Transport to sort out all their potholes out there. The businesses, nobody wanted to sort it out, but I think maybe this is something that we should really all together, we should be making sure that WorkSafe, if somebody does ring the call centre, that WorkSafe get involved and we get it sorted. So, sorry about my voice again.
I think that was a statement rather than a question, but I just want to make one comment irrespective, thank you, Councillor, and that is that we recognise a lot of the public assume that the local shopping centre car park might be, well, they just don't differentiate between Auckland Transport, Auckland Council and the local owner. So there might be something in there on clearer signage, and if you've got a pop room, then you need to contact this number. But this is a really tricky space that you just need to think through as a council. To what degree do you want to be involved in intervening in private land, telling them how to pave their pavement? And I had an instance yesterday, which one of the councillors knows about, where on a private footpath outside a shop, there was 4 bolts sticking up. Clearly something had been bolted down. They took the pole away, but didn't take the bolts away. The bolts were protruding. Somebody fell over and badly injured themselves, taken off to hospital. I got our team out anyway to grind the bolts down, but it's on private land. So that was a safety critical situation in my mind. Where we do have problems on private land, we need to call it out. We need to let the responsibility lie where it falls, because that is their WorkSafe, that is their liability issue. How we do that, we can work more closely at. But I think it's a very challenging area for us and does require more thought.
I guess that when we give a consent for businesses to build, they have to provide car parking, and they have to provide what the council's actually asking them. And it would be so much easier if we actually tried to work with how work safe and you know, anyway.
I think
You know where I'm coming from.
I saw the head of our regulatory committee, whether she meant to or not, nodding her head in agreement. So I think you're right, but it's probably off.
I know it's a bit off track, but they do get all the calls for potholes, and when they know, and they've had something reported, and you know, Dean's has told us about somebody tripping over and they ended up in hospital because they'd shaved it, whatever. So I mean, it can fall back upon us.
And I think Murray responded before that he was going to provide some information about what we do with private landowners. So thank you. Honey?
Kia ora. I'm just wanting to make reference, especially with all your achievements that you've identified, whether there is a huge achievement with Māori outcome delivery. I just never picked up. It came in a bit late, but I heard you talk about the safety of the hikoi, or were there any other, which was a big outcome in terms of getting them across the Auckland Bridge. But have you done anything in the last month or so in terms of working towards a Māori outcome?
Look, since I'm just trying to reflect, I haven't come prepared with an answer, sorry. Look, we have got, within our statement of intent, we've got a range of things we're very committed to working on. I'm just going across those metrics in my mind. We've seen our percentage procurement continue to lift. I think we're now at or just slightly ahead of our procurement target for Māori businesses, so that's good. In terms of marae, we're on target for that. In terms of our broader commitment to Māori outcomes, that remains on track. But if there was something specific you're worried about, I'm more than happy to respond. But in general terms, that's a deep commitment, and I've not had reflected through to me anything that that's worrying people about what we're not doing. But I'm always happy to engage further on that. So maybe it's something we talk about afterwards, if that's helpful.
That'd be great, because I did make reference that the Papakanga and Marae are still fully funded going in some of your kōrero that you give. But I'd like to follow up afterwards with you.
Yeah. So that's still funded, and we're still focused on delivering those outcomes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. So thank you, team. We'll step back. And so comments, Desley?
Oh, just a quick one. Thank you. Dean, to you and the Auckland Transport team, it must be a pretty tough time for you at the moment with a lot of uncertainty. You come here with some fantastic highlights once again, and I think it's up to each and every one of us to talk to our people within our communities about those highlights and the fact that, you know, I mean, 200,000 trips since not even a month with non-hop card users on our public transport's pretty amazing, let alone your potholes and your Northwest bus improvements, your Botany Station, etc., and your Christmas promotions. So look, just from me, and hopefully from everybody, just thank you. No one comes to work wanting to stuff public transport or anything else up. So thank you to you and your team. To Aucklanders, all 7 of you watching online or whatever, I think it's important that we thank our hardworking bus drivers, transport officers, wardens and other staff who are out there making sure that public transport is working as efficiently as possible, and that goes for those behind the scenes as well. So season's greetings from all of us to you. And just finally, never be afraid to come to the table with things that are keeping you awake at night. You know, it's great to accentuate the positive, but a problem shared is a problem halved, so never be afraid to do that either. So just that's it for me, thanks.
Thanks, Desley, and it's amateur hour here up the top end, so she's going to move this because she's so enthused by it, is that correct? And Julie's going to second it, so, right. Any other further comments? John Watson, camera on.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, we heard that the first time, Mr. Chair. So I'd just like to make a few comments about, what I think is the good work that's been done on some of the network optimization by AT. And I think that's quite necessary to overcome the kind of, the sort of people who know the cost of everything and the value of nothing, because transport networks are complex operations, and the overall success of which really depends on tying together a number of factors. And I really want to congratulate Stacey in particular for her presence in making some of the, or at least enabling some.
Oh, you've moved and pressed your button to mute yourself, John, with all of that hand movement.
Yep, sorry, okay, so I'm just saying how important network optimization is across Auckland as a whole, but it takes a bit of an overview to make that work, rather than the tendency exists at some stage just to zero in on one part that without a real knowledge of how that part then fits into the wider service as a whole, whether it be ordinary vehicular commuters, whether it be public transport, or whether it be the particular modes of public transport, rail, train and ferry. And I say that because if we just look at costs, then yes, you can zero in on operational costs, but then you must also look at capital costs. So you have massive investments in some modes that go to literally billions and billions of dollars, which doesn't sometimes get, well, doesn't at all actually get captured in that kind of narrow analysis that some people favour. But if I give us a bit of a case example, what happens in some parts of the Albany ward, we have the dynamic laning, which essentially has doubled the capacity on the main arterial route onto Whangapraoa Peninsula, and has been doing that for a number of years now at a bargain basement cost. I don't know if it hit $2 million. It was $1.5 million at one point. And as a stopgap measure, that stopgap measure has now gone into 5-7 years of operation, the return on that investment has been quite phenomenal. However, even when it comes to massive big investment, as we have with the Penlink project, which is an $835 million project, the intricacies of the network are such that we are told by no less an authority than NZTA, for instance, that if it's untold, that will produce congestion on the northern motorway where that Penlink connection comes in. So before we've even started, we've got congestion as a consequence of a near $1 billion project. But what helps that work as a whole, in this case, according to NZTA, is tolling to limit the demand there. But just as importantly as that are the public transport interventions that take people off that northern motorway and off a 16-kilometre long peninsula. So, for instance, the ferry at the outer third of the peninsula takes off a significant number of people from both the internal network and the motorway network, and that is quite telling in terms of the overall flow then along Whangapraoa Road, and then ultimately the feed-ins to the northern motorway. So, without labouring then the bus component, which then takes in another quotient of people and deals with a different approach or access to the same network. So I guess what I'm trying to say, Mr. Chair, is that I'm appreciative of the AT expertise that looks at that bigger picture, whether it's in the Albany ward or anywhere else in Auckland, and has a little bit of awareness of how it all fits together and the relative cost efficiencies that go with each initiative. And certainly from the last I guess 12 months in particular, our community has been appreciative of the kind of insight that people like Stacey have exhibited and have been reflected in what we regard as good transport outcomes for all the people in our community. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, John. Any further comments? None. Okay, just before we close up. So obviously, again, I just want to echo the sort of the thoughts on some of the really positive stuff we've heard today. But I also just want to comment on, I guess there's been some announcements this week, obviously, that has led to a bit of confusion, probably a little bit of anxiety within AT in particular. And I just want to say, look, I think whoever's making the decision, and this is about the decision making leading in a period of time, there's a bit of water to go under that bridge yet, but whoever is making the decision, they are going to be reliant on quality people giving quality advice. And I think today we've seen again that we are getting quality advice from people who have a lot of respect, and I've heard it echoed around this room a number of times, a lot of respect. And so whatever that means over summer, it's a little bit of an unsettling time over summer, but we've got a long way to go before the processes of legislation change finally play out. Probably many of us in this room, we may or may not be here because it'll be that long, and that is, I guess, one of the things that we all play into, the uncertainty of every 3 years we have to go through a job interview, and sometimes we are taking the heat for things that we have very little influence over, as the Mayor has said a number of times. So I guess I just ask that over the summer we don't try not to overthink what's coming. We will always need really good people giving really good advice to enable us to make good decisions and set good direction. So I just want to thank the team at Auckland Transport. As you head into a holiday period, just try and enjoy it a little bit and get a break if you can. But thank you very much for what you've delivered today and what you continue to deliver for Aucklanders. So thanks very much. So it's been moved and seconded, and so I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. And against, carried. Thank you. See you, Gail. So just next up, Dr. Kathy Biebelman. And so this is a continuation of us hearing a little bit about some of the very, very good work that goes on around the place and behind the scenes that we don't get appraisal of. So this is about the landslide framework. So Kathy, great to see you, and I'll hand over.
Kia ora, thank you for that. I'd like to introduce a little piece of work that Auckland Transport has been focused on for the last 16 months. Prior to the Auckland anniversary and Cyclone Gabrielle flood events in early 2023, Auckland Transport had been focusing our resilience planning on our coastal assets, with a particular focus on understanding the impact of climate change hazards on the resilience of assets such as wharves and seawalls, and working collaboratively in that space with Council through the shoreline adaptation planning. However, with the events that we endured early in 2023, it posed a unique opportunity for Auckland Transport to capture the data associated with approximately 2,000 landslides and to begin our resilience planning for inland hazards. So the events within a fortnight created underslips, overslips, and just a whole lot of slips on the road network around the Auckland region, but particularly in the north and west of the region. We utilised the detailed data that we were able to capture as a result of those events and through the response and recovery processes to look at building a framework that would allow us to evaluate and hopefully predict the susceptibility of our road network to landslides in the future. So utilising 23 very detailed site assessments, we built a framework. We then refined that framework on the 2,000 slip site data packages that we had collated. The assessment in that framework relied on about 30 different parameters. The obvious ones, of course, being vegetation, slope angles, soil, soil saturation, geology, that kind of thing, vegetation. But there were up to 30 different parameters that we focused on building into that framework. What we then decided was we would cut the Auckland road network into 25-metre transects and look at the risk of landslide along every 25-metre section. And that is the first slide you see there. We then went a step further and broke it into 12.5-metre sections. So that's almost 8,000 kilometres of road network broken into 12.5-metre transects. You can see the density of the thin red lines in the second graphic, showing the detailed evaluation that we took along our network. Those dark red lines running almost vertically are actually geologic faults. We identified through this work, particularly in the Waitakere Ranges. And we look very closely at where those fault lines intersected our road network. 30 parameters at 12.5-metre section over almost 8,000 kilometres of road is a lot of data. We didn't do that using a spreadsheet. We decided to employ artificial intelligence, and using a small technical specialist company, they sent this work to their Vancouver office, who were specialists in artificial intelligence development for cybersecurity. Thankfully for us, this could have been a very large project, but they decided they've never done it before, and it was sufficiently interesting that they'd do it for almost no cost. So Auckland Transport supported them with the provision of detailed digital data coupled with LiDAR data for the road network in Auckland, including our rural network. This was then processed using an AI program that they developed in Vancouver. We then asked them to convert it to a GIS layer and to calculate or estimate the risk as a factor between 0 and 1, 1 being high risk, and we've coloured that red in our GIS layer, and down to the very low risk being a blue. So now we have a GIS layer of our road network with areas predicted to have high susceptibility to landslides, based on the 30-odd parameters that we evaluated every 12.5 metres. This is a really cool bit of work. We are really excited about it. Okay, I'm holding it in. The work is still in development. The data file is enormous. We are working at the moment to break it into geographic parts of our region, possibly even down to local board boundaries, so that when we load it into our GIS layers, it's not taking half an hour to load because of the processing capacity in our systems, that while it loads the whole region, hopefully it will only load a small section that you're interested in at a time. As we progress this work, we are now in the process of ground truthing the predicted susceptibility. The AI system predicted with a 93% accuracy. We'd like to get that to 95. And so utilising existing landslide data that is held within the National Landslides Database and site visit and testing work, we are now looking at moving that accuracy of prediction up to 95. That work's in progress, and we hope it will land about the middle of next year. In the meantime, we're still using the information. And so this is supporting our decision making in a number of ways. Firstly, we've talked to the Auckland Emergency Management Unit, and they are very interested in accessing this information, particularly when offshore cyclones or significant storms are heading our way. They can then track live storm movement and identify the more susceptible areas of the network that we need to be focused on. We are working with network utility services to identify their critical locations of assets around the region, and then identifying whether access to their critical assets during an emergency event might be compromised by landslide susceptibility, and we can work together to reduce that risk. Thirdly, we're looking at how we use this information to improve our network, in particular ensure that our road network is open for residents and our bus services who rely on it. We're doing that by identifying the top risk factors of those 30-odd parameters we've evaluated. And if the top 3 contributing factors are within our control to manage and reduce, then we will look at programming that as forward works. It might be diverting an overland flow path through that piece of road. It might be altering some vegetation or the slope. There will be aspects of risk that we can't change. For example, the road runs through a fault line. That's not something we're able to alter. But where we can, we will look to, through our Forward Works program, look to implement improvements and reduce the risk of landslide susceptibility. But more than that, it offers us the opportunity for long-term resilience planning on our network. This provides us information for working with our communities, particularly rural communities around Auckland, where we may have 5 or 6 red sections of road that lead to a small community of, say, half a dozen houses. If we know that there are many slips likely to occur on that road, and it's going to be very expensive to repair those in the future, it allows us the opportunity to work with council and those communities to identify either an alternative route or an alternative way of accessing those properties. There will be situations in the future that we cannot afford to fix. If we have more storm events, and they are predicted with the increasing intensity of our climate change hazards, there will be areas on our network that council will be asked to make funding decisions on, along with NZTA Waka Kotahi as a funder, to look at what can we afford to protect. And unfortunately, given the funding envelopes that we all work within, we won't be able to meet everything on everybody's wish list. But this will help us forward plan and be aware of what's coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, so first question up from our engineer, Mayor.
Yeah, good stuff, Kathy. I'm probably the only person in here who gets a bit excited about this as well. The common denominator in the majority of fails, of landslide failures, is unretained cuts and unretained fills. And so we make decisions about what we can afford when we build these roads, because we build those roads knowing that we can't afford to do retained cuts. And so we're already making these decisions. And so I was wondering whether or not you either have maps that list unretained cuts and unretained fills on your roads, and if you don't, how that correlates with what the AI is producing. Because AI is brilliant, but sometimes it's wrong. And there's nothing like, so I'd like to see a comparison, if you don't, of unretained cuts and fills. And people need to be thinking that we are making decisions when we build these roads that increase risks. When you have an unretained cut, you know it's got or an unretained fill, you've highlighted the opportunity for something to go wrong. But we've done that at a cost of availability of the road, at least for most of the time. So that was the question about how you're going to use the knowledge of that, whether you're incorporating. And the second one was, in terms of collecting data, I don't know how that nice picture of that unretained fill failure, which was the first one you had, was taken with a helicopter or whatever, but there are drones which will now follow roads. And if you haven't got access to those, I can provide you to access to those. But there are road following drones, and we could set them up to send them along these ones. And if you set them up beforehand, A, we can collect that information, and B, they're the perfect way to go out after a bad storm, because quite often you can't get in. I mean, the morning after the last storm, Councillor Sayers and I watched a bridge disappear. But the drone would have noticed that. So there's two questions. A, what are you doing about the cut things and unretains? And B, do you need help with the drone?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the questions. Firstly, a lot of the roads in the Auckland region are quite historic, and they were built decades ago. So whether there was cut or fill under the road corridor is almost a moot point now. The road is there and we need to deal with it. However, I am aware that in Barry Potter's team they are undertaking some work and we are collaborating with Ross Roberts' work on looking at the geology around the region, and I believe he is undertaking a cut and fill evaluation, and as that comes to fruition we will connect those dots. So that work is underway. And secondly, thank you for your kind offer of the drones. I no doubt we will take you up on it should we need to in the future. We also have a lot of satellite data that is available through some of the wider work that is happening through council, and that has satellites passing over fairly regularly, and we're able to track changes, particularly horizontal movement in the road network through that satellite data. So we're looking to bring that into ground truth, some of the predicted locations as well.
Okay, thank you. Now to our farmer, Ken.
Thank you very much. Many of the public and myself are sceptical whether this is going to lead to more, better, proactive maintenance or none, less. And you'd already pointed out when you spoke before that we won't be able to do all this work. So this, and I see here when I was reading through it, 11 million data points fed in, you know, AI is only as brainy as what it's got to work with. You know, where were you drawing all your, you know, how do you expect this to drive your shovel work? Where do you think this is going to lead us to with this?
Absolutely. I can give you an example already. Where we have slumping in our road corridor, that we may be seeing cracks or crazing in the surface asphalt, we may choose, and I'm not the asset management expert nor a roading engineer here, but I believe through our Forward Works program we may choose to prioritise or not prioritise that depending on other factors. This now gives us another layer of information that allows us to go, hey, that cracking is actually just crazing in the asphalt versus that cracking is now overlaying with a red area on our landslides GIS layer. Actually, it's a potential risk. Maybe we should be bringing that one further up the chain to be considered under the Forward Works program.
So that GIS, etc., is built on a prediction by modelling, is that correct?
It's built using LiDAR data from satellites in central government. So that was the foundation of the digital data that underlies the road network. And then the 30 factors that were utilised in the framework development originally were road tested on those 2,000 landslides, so that it was refined in an iterative process before being rolled out. That is what we're ground truthing at the moment.
But it says in the report here, when I read through it, there's all sorts of mention of other inputs such as overland flow paths, how they interact, etc., and infrastructure, correct?
Yes, that's the 30-odd factors that we consider at every 12.5 metre section of the road.
So for instance, when someone goes to get resource consent to build a home now, they have to do a computer model on potential flooding and land movement, etc., out to 2090, and they are forced by council to put their certain criteria in. One of the criteria is for pipes up to 600 millimetres in diameter to be assumed as 100% blocked. Anything from that to a metre is 50% blocked, and anything above that, above a metre, can be considered only 10% blocked. So is our prediction, is our model taken into account that our infrastructure isn't fit for purpose before it even comes up with the model?
Not at this stage. So this is early in development and it hasn't landed in our system yet. So this is part of the ground truthing work. And as we build and refine the level of accuracy and information that we feed into it, we will be able to bring in other factors. But I'm hoping in the future that this will be publicly available, a GIS layer, so that when people are developing residential properties, for example, this will inform some of that decision making as well.
That last question, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Julie?
One more, please, Mr.
One more,
Chair,
right, crack it along, son.
How are we going to, have we got any plan in place of how we're going to test this in reality, be able to make a comparison between the very fancy computer program and reality?
That's what we're doing at the moment, is that ground truthing work, where we're sending a small team of geologists out to risk sites to look at what the model predicted, but using those 30 different parameters to check that accuracy. We also have slips around our network periodically throughout the year with heavy rainfall, and we're using that data to firm it up as we go. As I said, at this point it was predicting a 93% level of accuracy for landslide risk. We would like to improve that.
Good work. Julie?
Thanks. And I appreciate we had a chat about this work a little while ago, and great to have it in front of the committee chair. My question is your point about how in some cases in the future we may not be able to rebuild in the same places, which is something I've been raising for a little while. Do we understand what our legal obligations are about providing access to people's properties? Because obviously that's going to have some interplay here where do we have an obligation where, say, a piece of land that a road's been on is simply not going to be there anymore, it's going to suffer from coastal inundation, to find and fund another route? Or, how is that likely to play out, acknowledging it's early days on that?
It's very early days. It's not a simple question. Yes, there are obligations for road controlling authorities in the Local Government Act that do require access at certain times. It also gives the powers to stop the road under certain conditions. That aside, our communities and accessing their private properties and businesses and schools and hospitals, etc., is an important part of managing our road network. And we know that with predicted climate change hazards coming at us, sea level rise, coastal erosion, inundation, etc., that there will be roads on our network that become more challenging to maintain into the future. And so we're working with council in that space, with others, Lifelines Group, national entities as well, to look at what are the steps we need to put in place, are there policy decisions, who's leading those discussions at a national level, how does that work with utility providers, etc., to ensure continuity of access where possible for all our communities.
Thanks. And so will we get to a point where we're able to have discussions with landowners? I guess I'm particularly thinking of some of those more remote locations where people have large land holdings, of if you want to continue to be able to have easy access, you might need to, for example, build in a different part of your, have your farmhouse in a different part of the farm, look at moving over the next 15 years. Are we going to get to a point where we might be able to have those conversations? Is that something we're looking at?
I certainly hope that's the case. That would be the intention moving forward. I hope we have those conversations before they're needed.
Yes.
That's the uncertain part of the climate change hazards that we're seeing.
Yeah, and there'll be a balancing act there in terms of
Absolutely.
that conversation of if you don't want to move the location of whatever you need to have access, then we may need to look at some kind of targeted rate or some kind of 50-50 to deal with the cost structure. So yeah, okay, thank you.
There's also been a recent report just published within the last 10 days, I believe, by the Helen Clark Foundation, looking at private residential insurance. So residential for private property, and that is certainly leading some of the solutions for insurance in the private space, but it aligns very strongly with how we may look at responding as a country to the realignment conversation.
Thank you. Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's pretty exciting stuff for sure. It's just a start, and so well done, especially with that partnership with our firm overseas. That's just wonderful stuff to hear. So yeah, it can only get better. So a couple of questions. One is around, I know we've done it through we could get data on the roading network, etc. Do you think it could be extended at some time around looking at potential risk to property and homes and being at risk and slips into homes and homes disappearing?
I'd certainly, once we have firmed up this GIS layer and got the information back in-house, it's something we want to make more accessible to some of the council staff, and if they would like to extend that work into a private property, then they're most welcome to look at that. As a road controlling authority, we're focused on the road network as the asset that we are responsible at this point, but there's no reason why it couldn't be extended.
It's wonderful. So my question, getting back to roads, obviously, you know, if one thing got proven, it was if you had a sealed road, it didn't wash away as easily if it was an unsealed one with you know, not without any protections around it. So it's kind of like a stitch in time saves 9. So my questions, there's relationships in the north that we have with Auckland Transport staff. Some of them are operational. A guy called Alan Wallace, he'll do all the maintenance of the roads, and Peter Scott will do all the capital works, like e.g. sealing of roads, etc., etc. So it's just sounded to me, so it's just picking up a little bit perhaps on where Councillor Turner was going from, the ability to be able to be, rather than post-event, you know, we know what you could do now, so you've got your alternative route and going out, trying to get the capital works, rather than the maintenance works, done in advance. So am I correct in hearing that those gentlemen do have access to that data now?
Yes, once it lands, but we've already started those discussions. So a lot of the adaptation planning or resilience planning that we do is through our asset management planning work, our Forward Works program, and integration of our asset condition data coming through the RAM system and how it all interacts. So this is firmly embedded in that system, and we already work very closely with those teams.
I guess this also shows the importance of having those systems in place as well. Yeah, so well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Honey?
Kia ora. Your face gave a good impression of excitement on you in terms of developing the framework. What I never heard was engagement directly with a cultural lens around that, unless you never identified it within the 30 parameters. And when it's viewed from a Western lens, I'm not quite sure it captures, especially from one offender, the cultural lens that requires to be in that framework, unless it has.
At this point, we've had early discussions with mana whenua through the operational hui we have at Auckland Transport. We've done a lot of work, particularly around some areas like Maraetai and Beachlands, where we've worked with Zaleen and others around the efficacy in the road in that space as a result of climate change hazards that are coming. As we bring this in-house and get it into our system, we will then work more closely with mana whenua to look at road access to areas of iwi significance, cultural importance, etc., to help inform decisions in that area. But that is definitely part of our program.
Just to follow up, prior to even placing access into whenua or what sites, it's actually taking a cultural value into the framework. And it's quite difficult when the framework has already been established without that engagement going through. So I I take note that you've had initial discussions, but you're placing a western space back on to mana whenua again.
I understand your concern in that space, and while the framework that we have developed and rolled out using AI is purely technically focused at this point, there is an opportunity to broaden it, to bring those values in. We're doing a similar piece of work at the moment with mana whenua to walk through the task force for nature-related financial disclosures, taking what's deemed to be a very Western framework, and we are working with the External Reporting Board and mana whenua in Auckland to bring a much stronger te ao Māori lens to that space, and I am hoping that we will be able to connect those two pieces of work as we bring them together.
Can I have just one more follow-up question? Again, it's mātauranga Māori that's required, and it's actually quite disappointing to continuously battle to place mātauranga Māori as a priority or one of the 30 within there, not a second place delivery. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora, I'll take that point on board.
Okay, thank you. Searching for a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Desley and Richard. Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Great to see you again. Right, comments. We've got Desley.
Very quickly, Kathy, one of Auckland Transport unsung heroes. Long may you continue to do this work. Special shout out for getting all the work done offshore at very little cost to us. That's an extra bonus, but a very exciting piece of work, and I think as a result of what you're doing, we'll be far more prepared in the future. Well done.
Richard.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you, and yeah, just thanks, Dr. Kathy. I know you're doing a huge amount of work, not in this space, but environment and climate and resilience, and the work you're doing with the shoreline adaptation team and Ross and team is really fantastic, and I do want to back up member Renata Honey for how we incorporate more mātauranga Māori practices into this, because you know, you look back over lots of what happened during the floods at least, and we were warned for a long time of where to put things, not put things, and the discussions around water, it's clear that our awa took back where they used to run, and we put infrastructure in the way. So more of the discussion with mana whenua long term for planning would be good as well. But just want to acknowledge this work. It's really, really important and will help us save money, but also save the environment. So kia ora.
Thanks, Richard. Ken.
Thank you very much for all your hard work. However, I'm not quite as convinced as everybody else, and I just felt that on behalf of the people I represent, I need to pass that on. There's a lot of water, excuse the pun, to go under the bridge before we've tested these technologies to achieve what the people want out there on the roads. I hope we get there. Thank you.
Thank you. No more comments. All right. Thank you, Kathy. I'll put it. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. Just need to go back to electronic attendance, and we've had a request from Daniel to be able to leave and recommence online. So I'm happy to move that little amendment to that, and Christine to flip. Those in favour say aye, and against, carried. You can now depart, Daniel. All good? Okay, and so we've got two more items of substance, and this is the first one. And just a reminder that in regards to this, this is the precursor to a larger piece of work that is going to be coming to us in February, which is about the money. The purpose of this is to get a presentation in regards to the situation we are in with the categorisation process and seeking approval in principle for proposed changes to the North Island Weather Events Auckland Crown Funding Agreement. So this is about endorsing in principle an approach basically to renegotiate with the government in regards to the money. So there is budget stuff to be discussed in February, And as we are at 3:15, if we start to dive down that, I might just drag us out of that rabbit hole, and because we're going to finish before 4.
I'm happy to move if it speeds things up now.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. And they've got a seconder? Thank Desley. Okay, right, there we go. We are moving at pace.
Kia ora, Mr Chairman and members. Good to be in front of you today. As the Chairman said, the purpose of today is to present the reviewed forecast of Category 3. Those are the homes that are in total risk to life, and seek approval in principle for the proposed changes to the Crown funding agreement, which in due course will be something for you to discuss as for future budgets. Just to take us, on a bit of a journey again, really just to remind ourselves that on the 2023 weather events for the North Island, 20% of Auckland homes are in flood hazard areas, and our estimates were approximately 12,000 of those homes had floor level flooding of some sort, really just to provide some context. Of the 100 urban catchments we have, and really showing the urban area here mostly, 60 of those catchments were impacted during the weather events. The decisions we're seeking today, and there are a number of recommendations, Mr Chair, also noting, is to endorse the request for the Crown to consider more funding to support the increased forecast without further debt to Auckland Council, or, if that can't be achieved, endorse the request to reallocate up to $200 million of funding to support the buyout program and support retreat rather than resilience, noting that there are some benefits of that, and endorse the Council's share of funding into the 2025 and then 2026 financial years and beyond. And Michael's here to help us with any conversations around that, given your limitations on that. Lastly, second to last, endorse agreeing to additional capital funding for the flood resilience projects from 2027, and again, future decisions. Those are critical things to ensure the resilience for Aucklanders and our infrastructure into the future. And lastly, just to give a bit of a reminder around the land optimisation program that will seek to recover funding that potentially we are confident about funding some of this change. So this slide really just reminds us of where we were at in terms of the Crown funding agreement. You agreed to that on the 6th of October last year, so it's been a relatively short and sharp period, with in noting that in that report we identified risks of the volatility around between Category 2 and Category 3. Mitigation through a risk assessment framework's been undertaken to do the assessment around Category 3 and Category 2 with a quality assurance program with an expert panels and others. Really just the challenges, and I know you're well aware of these, but is moving people from untillable risk to life within 2 years where possible. That's the real challenge of why we're going in some places to Category 3 rather than Category 2C. The timeframes for delivery of those infrastructure projects in an efficient and effective way is taking longer than that 2-year period. The Crown ministers in particular have a real interest in that residual risk in that period to deliver a resilience project. Then the reforecast numbers of particular interest today. So our planned forecast was 904. That includes the initial forecast of moving 200 2C projects into the 700 we had forecast, or the estimates right back in August, September last year. And based on the forecast we have is those numbers between 1,205 to 1,264. Our refinement to that is more at the lower end of that range, but we are learning from the volatility that we've got in these situations. To date, we've classified or categorised 2,753 properties. Of those, of 3,520 odd homeowners who have opted into the process. Of particular note is a real surge in opting into the process, particularly of high-risk homes, just over 140 leading up to the 30th of September closure of the scheme, which added to those increase in numbers. Of the Category 3s, as of today, we have 951 homes that have been categorised as Category 3. Just in terms of provision and Crown discussions, provision in the funding agreement allows us to re-enter in good faith with the Crown about additional funding because of the good faith or the estimates that we made in August, September last year in the agreement. The new government has communicated that there's no more additional funding, or in other words, working inside the envelope of the funding that was provided for resilience and retreat is the message that we have received. But certainly the funding agreement provides in good faith new funding. So the result of that is what we are suggesting today is both of those options, but Category 2C has proven difficult with the time constraints and priorities set by the Crown and their categorisation framework. So the balance has shifted a bit initially towards retreat, allowing land optimisation, as I said, to partially recover and fund further risk mitigation. So the longer term lead-in time would be more to a resilience program than a retreat program. Just in terms of the numbers, I'll ask Tanya to present these, but if you don't mind, I'm happy to.
No problem, Mace. Okay, so what that means in terms of the Category 3 additional properties that we expect to purchase is that under the current funding agreement, after allowing for committed Category 2C projects and also allowing for the expected costs of the 2P grant scheme, which we've effectively ring-fenced, then there's around about 160 million of council funding that is remaining for Category 2. That isn't sufficient to cover the total additional costs of the Category 3 buyouts that we're expecting to come through the program, which is somewhere between 328 million under Scenario A up to 387.6 million under the worst case scenario. And so that cost is shared 50-50 across the Crown and Council. So what we're proposing is that we move all of the council funding that's remaining in that Category 2 bucket to cover the council share and in addition provide for whatever remaining capital funding is required. And that would be a decision through the annual plan process. But in order to get a decision from the Crown on their side of the agreement, we'd be seeking in principle endorsement from you at this stage. And so that's for capital funding of between 4.7 and 34.9 million under the worst case scenario. There would also be some additional costs that flow through as a result of those purchases that council would have to fund fully. So that relates to the cost of the house removal program, consequential OPEX in particular, but a lot of those would come through at a later date.
So just in terms of benefits and drawbacks for Category 3, the options present. Thank you, Tanya. Delivering on the policy objective to remove people from intolerable risk to life, so that's the overriding objective of the policy that you adopted last year, and some land could be used for future resilience projects and would be required in any case, and as Tanya outlined, requiring between 4.7 and 34 or 35 million additional capital funding. So the options, you have cost avoidance of not proceeding, won't be able to buy all the Category 3 properties, people will be left in situations of intolerable risk to life, and that reputational risk and damage. For the Category 2 program, Tanya, do you want to go through this or share this?
We'll flip through one more slide. Sorry. Okay. So the second part to the additional funding is the Category 2 program. So under the current funding agreement, the costs are shared 62%, 38% across the Crown and the Council. And so after moving funding for the Crown side of the equation up to Category 3 to cover their share of the costs, the Crown still has effectively money left in the bucket. So that's great. There's money that we can access, but the problem is the matching arrangement. So in order to access that funding, the council would need to commit to providing additional capital funding to get that remaining Crown funding possible for the risk mitigation projects. So based on the current scenarios, the amount that we are talking about would be between 40.8 million and 59.4 million. But that would be a decision that we would make through the next annual plan round, so it would be for FY27. And our view is by that stage we will have much better information about the severely affected land program and the revenue that could be generated through the sale of Category 3 land. So the additional costs for the risk mitigation program could be offset through reprioritisation and or revenue that we gain through the land sale program.
And just to round that off, really in terms of the Māngere projects, so Te Arata and Haranea, the schedule is for those to break ground in March. So consents have been accepted. We haven't received the resource consents yet, but and the final detailed design work is being worked through for final price. So that's included and banked already, that funding. Any upside on that in terms of doing that for less than 53 million will be would flow back into this funding to offset it. So just the implications for risk mitigation programs. Tanya's outlined the cost sharing arrangement, but they are subject to Crown approval, so feasibility is a key part of that and timing has been a key part, as we've said. Work progressing in 2027 in the highest priority areas. Those areas at present are in the Wairau Valley and in Swanson, Henderson, Ranui area. But Tanya has noted already the impact on future LTP years and the opportunity of looking at land optimisation. We are bringing a paper to you in February to really outline that approach around optimisation of land and how it could potentially fund certainly the shortfall that would be there to deliver that program. Just in terms of not proceeding with the additional funding, yes, there would be cost avoidance, but loss of access to 62% share funding for resilience projects for capital infrastructure, and then the community expectations that have been met. There would be some risk there from a trust and confidence point of view. In terms of our recommendations, we are suggesting seeking the additional Crown funding for Category 3, so that is additional funding, or if that's not successful, requesting the Crown to reallocate within the broad envelope of resilience and the retreat or Category 2, Category 3 funding envelopes to Category 3, and then reallocate council funding from Category 2 to Category 3 in FY25 and FY26. So essentially bringing forward that funding to a degree, and consider the annual plan funding to meet Category 3 of that's between 4.7 million of capital and 35 million, plus the unavoidable costs for consequential OPEX. In terms of the risk mitigation projects, so these are the flood resilience projects that Healthy Waters and Flood Resilience have been working really hard on, agree in principle to make those additional capital funding commitments so that we can access that Crown funding, so leaving none of that Crown funding on the table. That's probably one of the most important points we can make. And reducing the scope of some of the co-funded Category 2 risk mitigation program, or pushing that out in our infrastructure planning. A recommendation around staff looking at those revenue opportunities you've already around optimisation of land, and you've provided that direction in the past, and we've been working at that diligently, I would say. And the final proposal to the Crown is for the Crown, if you agree, is to delegate the responsibility to the Chief Executive and the Storm Recovery Political Advisory Group due to the time constraints. So, Mr. Chairman, lastly, just next steps, just to reiterate, final forecasts will be available in early 2025 to firm up those range of numbers. Requests to the Crown are critical in early 2025 before, so that we get that locked in and committed funding. And then reports to your committee, Mr. Chairman, in February 2025 on the rescoped Blue-Green Network program and house deconstruction and site management, so cost control. There's been a lot of work done on that. Approximately a third of the homes now are being relocated rather than deconstructed or demolished. And look, bringing to you the first tranche of the severely affected land policy program that would allow optimisation of land and recovery of some of the funding. The other work streams that continue to occur, of course, Councillor Hill's committee around natural hazards plan change, future focused. We are also wanting a report back from the Crown on the National Climate Adaptation Framework, which they were committed to in the funding agreement, and contributing to the national knowledge around the framework for climate adaptation and where we find ourselves after the 2023 event. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions, of course.
Thank you, Mason. Tanya, someone like to move? Thank you, Desley. Sorry?
I'll move it so I can adjust it.
I'm just looking up there. Oh, it's already been moved. Hang on. Oh, it was too. Goodness me. I'm way ahead of myself. Righty-ho. So questions. Mayor?
Right, well, I've got a few. I mean, you've got us into a work pull up situation here. And if you look at, if you could get back to slide 5, which is one of the green and blue horizontal diagrams. That one there. The reality is you should have started with the first one, which is 700, because you've glibly moved to 900, but we made our decisions when it was 700. And if you look at that up there, all the mistakes have been at the most expensive end of the bloody thing. The other bits don't cost so much each are all right. But the category 3s, which have gone out at an average $1 million now, because stupidly we didn't take your advice to put a cap on it, but it's almost doubled. And the request is just stop doing good stuff for the future and ask for more. I mean, I want to know a few things here. How many actions have we taken against people involved in poor design or poor building? So if someone's just got a retaining wall that fell over that was designed by one of the big companies, are we just paying up for that? I want to see some action here. I'm not just going to put my hand out to the minister because he's got no more money either. And so where somebody's done something dumb, I can't believe that 1,264 houses have failed and it's been no contributing factors from some poor construction or some, we've already seen that with the ones about the driveways. Most of them were dreadful, didn't have a retaining wall, now they want a free retaining wall. Oh, are we taking action, or I suspect the answer is zero.
So,
in which
Mr.
case I'll be
Chairman,
very upset.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the scheme is a no-fault scheme, but in terms of any remediation, that's critical to ensure that it's properly designed in the future. I think that's a critical point.
Well, if someone's been put into intolerable risk to life by somebody else's actions, I don't see why the ratepayers have to pay for that. So I'm going to add in here that you go back and review the lot for any possible, because I've visited a lot of them, retaining walls that fell over that someone was paid to design or put in. So how many actions are you going to take with that? Next one. Can we have, I'm wanting to have an independent review of intolerable risk to life. Those words could mean anything. I mean, anyone living above the height of a fire ladder is taking an intolerable risk to life in Auckland, but we're not going to build their houses, buy them off them when there's a fire. So can we have an independent review of intolerable risk to life? It's just, that could mean anything. And these are big files of money. So I want some questions on that.
Certainly.
We've got a money back sales program. I want to hear some numbers about that. Not just putting a hand out for more. This you hear, and you mentioned reputational damage. There's no two ways about it. You guys have suffered some. So we need, on February we're going to have some new figures. I want to know how much we can put aside for recovery of land and how much realistically we can do that. If it's nothing, we've got to know that now, and I'll be horrified. Give me the land and I'll make some money out of it.
Mr. Mayor, we do have some, we don't want to give you numbers today, but certainly significant optimisation recovery of land is available to you.
Well, let's have some numbers on that and some pretty, I want to have...
I think your other question about failure of structures, so the Natural Hazards Commission or EQC, typically where land's failed, and insurance, we've recovered from the homes that we purchased so far, 400 of the 461 I have data for in front of me, 90 million, so around 13% currently.
Well, it'd be interesting to have that as well. I mean, this warrants a very close look. This is probably the biggest threat we've got to an LTP. And your solution is to not do good stuff for the future and go and ask for more. I think I want to have, how do we get the cost down? This is whoop pull up right now. This is our biggest risk. So how do you get the cost down? How do we maximise the money back sales program? I want an independent review of intolerable risk to life. That could mean anything. And because you guys went out and proselytised and hunted for more people at the end, suddenly they're facing as an intolerable risk to their finances, suddenly became an intolerable risk to our life, and an intolerable risk to our finances is to our ratepayers. And most of them didn't build on cliffs or build in shitty houses either. So I'm sounding a bit hard now, but...
not at all, Your Worship. Not at all, Your Worship, but we can certainly get a review done. But so PwC have done a review of our process in terms of using the New Zealand standards and the frameworks, both for land stability or instability and for flooding.
I think for your own risk, we need to have an independent review of intolerable risk to life and how it's been interpreted.
Take that on.
I would like to add a couple of things. As well as all those things you've got here, which is basically handouts and things, I think we should ask you to take all steps to reduce costs. We should get an independent review of intolerable risk to life. We should have, number 3 is maximise returns from land. And number 4, chase contributors to damage. In other words, if somebody's designed something that's failed, if someone's put a pipe in there that's caused it, let's have a crack at these people. Or are we prevented to by the insurance returns? And how much did we get from insurance? Because we've got ourselves in this because we relied on a thing when it started at 700, and all the mistakes are in green. So I want those added in, and if so, and I'm sure there'll be a seconder for those. There's one sitting over there.
So just Barry's got something to say in terms of an audit.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just to address a couple of those, Mayor. The first one is that we're in the process of getting an independent expert to do a audit review of things around the work around catchment modelling, the assumptions that have gone into that, and the actual modelling itself. So that's something others are starting. We've talked about it ourselves, and that's will be awarded, I'm hoping, before Christmas.
Good.
That's relating to the flood modelling. With regard to the actual assessments of around categorisation, we are doing a review right now to ensure that the quality processes, or quality assurance processes around that categorisation are appropriate. So those are two things that are happening right now that were started recently as these numbers have come through.
Well, that's right. I'm not picking on staff. I'm just trying to make sure we take correct steps and understand this is serious. So I want to maximise the returns from the land, and you might need some help for that. And I still want to chase contributors unless we're prevented from that. So I want those four things to be steps added to these, as well as putting a hand out, if that's all right.
Chair, as the mover, and I'm sure the Deputy Mayor is the seconder, could some wordsmithing just take place? I know that Barry is working on it. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
So hang on. So we're just going to keep with what we've got, and we're not dancing around the place. So, but I guess part of that would be analysing our culpability in regards to, as we chase people, of what our culpability is in terms of consenting and prior consenting, I would imagine, and what that would mean for us if we suddenly instigated a whole heap of stuff and then found that we'd be contributing, I would imagine, to the whole issue and having to cough up some more money, a bit like Ken pulling the top off a motor when there's an oil leak and finding that the head's cracked. So I think it's a dangerous road we start to go down, but people can vote on that. But if an amendment's coming. So Shane, you've got a question?
I do. I might need a second effort if I can see the words, because I might have questions on that, but I'm not sure yet. But just go with my original questions for now. What would passing this resolution mean for Clover Drive? Because I know we're discussing this stuff in Feb, but I just need to be confident that I'm not accidentally delaying that project through voting for this today.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. No, there's still forward progress on Clover Drive as a priority.
And we're not expecting it to be delayed?
No, it would start in 2027 under the scenario, with the detailed design work to be done in that interim period. So we're not stopping on any of that detailed design work.
Okay, kapai. And my other cue for now is you got on the slide the offsetting costs through reprioritisation or land use decisions. Could I just get you to provide an example of those where we might be able to recover some costs through those means?
Yeah, a range of opportunities. So there may be adjacent land to another property where there's a non-residential use through an EOI process or an expression of interest process with neighbours to build a garage on, for example, or a tennis court perhaps. But the other option is where what we are seeing now is clusters of properties through a different development form and redevelopment. It is possible that, or probable in some locations, to redevelop that site for residential use with the proper design and mitigations put in place.
Just to follow up on that, Chair, are you working with local boards? Because if we've got a situation, for example, where there's a lot more parkland coming online through demolitions, I mean, are there land swap potentials there, those kind of things? Because we don't want to reduce significantly the amount of homes available in a community.
I think that's, so one of the principles is about where you've got places like walkable catchments, that keeping communities in those areas is really critical. And communities are telling us they don't want their communities to become have a lot of vacant land in them and using them. So that's a focus. Working with local boards as well, where there is service provision need for open space and other uses, and where land swaps can occur. That's an active part of that policy that'll be coming to you in February.
That's really helpful. Thank you, Chair.
We should have known that already. We've been out for months.
Sorry, Ken.
Thank you. Can we go back to the map slide with the little dots all over it? Thanks. So, you know, the people before you, their problem was all in the area that's got no dots. Up there in the Waitakeries, they pointed out all the slips, etc. You've got flooding there. You know, my point is, where are we going to retreat to? So I go back to the green slides. The Mayor says the problems are all in the green. I think the problems all came from the blue and have been put in the green as the easy way out. Because our intolerable risk seems to be to liability. And this is ending up in a question. I just try to get there quick. You know, if we're going to recover money from the properties and all this sort of stuff, then obviously we're going to use them again. Obviously we can engineer out. The private sector, and I had this discussion at lunchtime with the Mayor, the private sector can get a lot of this engineering done for a third of the price. So we end up getting ourselves trapped in a discussion, and I wonder if the staff are caught between cost, liability, our own technology and all this planning and modelling, and then in the end we put it all in the buyout bucket because that's the only place it sits. How has it gone from 700 to 1200 without, you know, there must be a driver for that.
Well, I think, yeah, thank you. So in terms of asking your, just to comment on one of the points you made, Councillor Turner, certainly we're not envisaging that the council would do the redevelopment. It would be about commercial opportunities with the private sector to actually do that development where it could safely be done under certain conditions. Apologies. Your other question about where did those additional properties come from? So 200 were changed middle of the year from Category 2C due to the timeframes of delivering the flood resilience program couldn't be delivered in the timeframes that the Crown wanted and were seeking, and the residual risk was too great, and there would have been liability of leaving people in those homes for too long. They would have repaired a lot more of the homes, and the recovery from insurance proceeds would have been a lot less, and we would have still had that problem to deal with. In many of those cases, we would have needed some of those properties to deliver the resilience program as well, and making daylighting streams, creating larger areas for water to flow during extreme events. The other one was we took direction from around looking at an outreach program to at the end of for the closure of the program to make sure that people weren't left behind. There was confidence in the scheme from Aucklanders, which was part of the objective. And more people opted in, so we had a surge of, from our original forecasts of over 500 more homeowners opted into the scheme. And we are assessing that in, I would say, in an objective way under a framework that does have a quality assurance program around it. But that's people opting into the scheme and our projections, model projections on the number of Category 1s or tolerable risk, and Category 2 and Category 3s, which are intolerable risk. At the beginning of the scheme, there were a lot more Category 2s, so it wasn't merely 700. There were those Category 2s, which are intolerable risk as well. So there has been some swapping between the colours. I take the point that the Mayor's making on that.
Thank you. So council is involved in the quoting or pricing of the engineering intervention, correct? Because if I understood other discussions properly, like there's a dollar value, if all of a sudden the engineering interventions get too high in cost, it flips it into another position. I go back to my comments where, why does council need to be doing that? I do have some people, I can name you, who wanted to stay, but now say, I've been negotiated out of this because I'm not allowed to do it the way I want.
I think you're referring to the 25% threshold for a Category 2P project. So each of the properties is assessed, and if they breach the threshold of intolerable risk to life, then the next question is there a risk mitigation that is available to mitigate the risk down to a tolerable level? And the policy settings that were agreed by the governing body was that we had to set a cost threshold for what was reasonable for a homeowner to be a 2P, and that was set at 25% of the CV for the property. So the way that the scheme was set up is if it was, the mitigation was 25% or under, it was categorised as 2P to go through a process to assess the feasibility and progress through the grant scheme. If it was over 25%, the homeowner still has an option to contribute. So council would fund up to 25%, up to 25% of the CV, and then the homeowner could contribute the rest if they were happy to do that. If they weren't, the property becomes Category 3. And that was just the policy settings that were agreed at the time.
I think one thing I'd add, Councillor Turner, thanks Tanya, is that we do have people who are quality surveying the quotes that come from homeowners, and often those can be inflated, and getting those down to a reasonable level so projects can be delivered at a reasonable level.
Okay, thank you. I didn't expect your last comment. I understand. I was, of course, looking at it the other way around. I just worry that we're pricing ourselves into this corner. And if, especially when this land is intolerable risk to life, but we're talking about getting returns on it and selling it, there's a gap there in the middle where we could stay where we are with what we've got and affect the outcome. Cheaper, maybe. Thank you. I'll leave. That's okay.
Thank you. Julie?
Thanks. So are we in a situation where at the moment we have people who we're not able to confirm their category, where they're 2P, 3 borderline, because we don't necessarily have enough money to make them a 3 offer? Do we have any people sitting on that borderline?
No, we're in good faith. We're continuing with that categorisation scheme, and the Crown has indicated.
Sorry, can you put the mic
Crown
up
has
closer?
indicated they're comfortable with that approach as well.
Okay. And so if we did get to a situation where, if we don't proceed with the recommendations, then there will be some Category 3s where we will be unable to make offers. How will we choose which ones?
We haven't contemplated that, Councillor Ferry.
Okay. Because I think that's going to be pretty important if people are seriously thinking about giving people Category 3s but not making them an offer, then how we as councillors set up a criteria for that is fair and robust, especially when we are partway through a process where we've already made hundreds of Category 3 offers. That will be difficult to pull back from. That one I've asked. Do we have any indication yet of what are likely responses from the Crown? I completely support that we should do both the things. First ask them for the money, and then second say, okay, if you don't, then we've got a second option. But have we had any indication yet?
The indication from the Crown is that they prefer moving money between Category 2 and Category 3, achieving the same outcome recognising that both those categories are in the intolerable risk to life in terms of the government categorisation framework.
Okay. Like my colleague to the west and the left here, I'm a bit worried about those future project timelines too. Obviously, he's asked about a specific one. There's a number in my ward. I don't really want to get into a situation where it's just the ones where, you know, we ask about that end up proceeding on the original timeline. So I'm not going to go into too much detail there, but and I think we get that in February, the new timelines. My understanding is that there's some timeline creep anyway, regardless of funding, because, you know, some of the stuff is just more complex as we get into it. So, yeah, I guess the question there would be around how much of shifting these project timelines is just going to be unavoidable as opposed to is going to be driven by potentially less money, and can we articulate a difference between those two factors?
We can, recognising that the timelines for many of those resilience projects were out between year 5 and year 10 of the LTP.
Yeah.
In any case, so you have an opportunity to review that when you plead a new LTP, and depending on land optimisation, how you might be able to co-fund that through a different process.
And so quite a lot of those had, so I'm just finding my timelines here, or quite a lot of them were looking at delivery completed mid-2034, for example, and they had often quite long design and consenting periods. So are we saying that they're going to go out even further than that potentially?
I can't tell you that at the moment, but what I can say is some of the movement is into the category 3 here is looking at the properties that would have a residual risk to life. So the direction from the ministers in particular is to remove that residual risk much more quickly than 10 years. So that's added into that shift from category 3 to category 2. And there are some challenges around some of the business cases in terms of a direct relationship of a return on investment because of the number of properties. There are other co-benefits which we have now talked the Crown into recognising, but further work needs to be done.
So if we end up in sort of getting a bit ahead of myself here, but noting we've got the future land use stuff coming to us next year, if we end up in a situation where because of this we are having to extend some of those, or partly because of this, we have to extend some of those project timelines, but then when we do the future land use work and we find that as we work through these pieces of land over the next 10 to 15 years, because it's going to take that length of time, we are getting more money coming back in from being able to repurpose some portions of land, will we potentially have the capacity to accelerate some of that work? Sorry, it's a little bit of a hypothetical question.
Those will be options and choices for you in considering an LTP, and we'd particularly through Michael's team give you some options around that, I'm sure.
Yeah, that would be key parts of the next long-term plan, and prioritisation decisions made as part of that.
Cool. Okay, and obviously local boards will have a role there too, because in a lot of cases this land will sit with them. Okay, and then my final question, thanks for your indulgence, Chair, is just around the rate of acceptance of offers. Are we getting a lot of people turning them down? Do we have any stats on that? Because obviously that has a bearing in terms of the envelope we need. And I guess in some cases people might turn them down because they just never want to sell that piece of land. And in other cases they might turn it down because they don't feel it's enough. And those are two quite different reasons where more money might make a difference for one group but wouldn't for another.
We haven't had a huge number of offers turned down, Councillor. There has been a number of valuation disputes over time. Not many of those have gone to a formal valuation, third-party valuation, very less than 5, but a number have where the valuers have come together and had a debate. As I said, we have had a number of disputes where people are seeking a financial hardship, and of course that's excluded from the scheme, and that's a significant contributor. I'm just trying to see the number.
You can tell me later.
In terms of landowner contribution, so far of the 461 properties at the end of October, I'm sorry I don't have the November numbers with me, 34 million's been recovered as part of the landowner contribution, that 5% or 20% for uninsured properties.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, we're going to have to move that dreaded extension of time. We did start late. Someone like to move? Thanks, Richard. Second. Thanks, Christine. Those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Right, Desley, next up.
Thanks, Andy. Look, I don't want to go backwards, but I think because it's been brought up, I'm going to ask the question. There's quite a difference between 700 or 900 and 1200. And I think Aucklanders, certainly the Mayor and some councillors, have quite rightly queried that. Can you just confirm then what uncertainties were we dealing with at the time? What assumptions did we have to make? And how have things changed now? Including the fact that we were dealing with a government that was coming up to an election. Could you just give us that context?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There were a number of assumptions and time constraints on making those estimates for both the geotechnical risk and the flood risk. So there were some volatility in those numbers, and we understood that might increase, hence the condition in the agreement allowed to go back and seek renegotiation in good faith. As I said, there's a reasonable number of properties across Auckland, 80,000 that are in floodplains, residential properties. Of those, 20% are in higher risk zones of floodplains. And we knew that in the order of 12,000 properties received habitable floor level flooding. So there are, in terms of we are really focused on the most critical properties is our focus in terms of that intolerable risk to life. The shift also has come from shifting properties that we knew about in terms of the 2C properties in particular, shifting into category 3 because of the time constraints and the moral jeopardy and risk of people continuing to live in those homes. So those are key contributors. I think it's unanticipated, although not totally unanticipated, contributor has been insurance retreat. Certainly insurance retreat and then the consequential lending retreat has concerned many homeowners in those locations and caused them to make decisions that they may have otherwise been willing to take a much higher risk in those locations. But certainly that's a factor, and in fact that's an underlying strategy for the implementation of this scheme on a no-fault basis to retain an insurance market and across the city and across New Zealand. I hope that helps.
Yeah, and the government was asking us to make a call, wasn't it? They wanted to lock it in before the election. Yeah. My second question is, what do we know about other regions? Because, if you're going to get criticised by getting it wrong yourself, you need to see how you fit in the puzzle with everybody else. Did they get their estimates right, or is it not a fair comparison because of the complexity? We've always said Auckland is different from the Hawke's Bay, for example, in other areas, but do you know anything about that?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do. The schemes are different. So Hawke's Bay produced a scheme where they mapped out an area and made that a Category 3 area, and people had to opt in, if you like, to opt out. So they had to argue that they were in a safe location. So quite a different scale of the number of properties. The exception would be Wairoa, where they haven't yet got a feasible scheme to protect over 600 properties in Wairoa, a very difficult situation for them. So the scale is quite different in terms of the number of properties in those locations. The diversity of the topography and the number of from a large fluvial floodplain environment in the Hawke's Bay and Tairāwhiti, Gisborne, to really short, sharp, steep catchments, highly urbanised in Auckland. So hence the approach of taking a property by property risk assessment basis and the sometimes unintended consequences of a built environment creating greater risk.
For that. And then look, do we have any sense of how much money we could recoup in the long term from some of the properties that we are buying or remediating that might have development potential, or is it too soon to tell? Do you have any idea of that kind of scale? Because it's not all bad news here. There is opportunity to get
It's not all
something back.
bad news, Deputy Mayor. In the order of at least exceeding, we think we could back ourselves to cover, through land optimisation, cover off the costs to cover the future resilience program within what was planned.
Thank you.
So we'll get that in February, probably. Richard.
Kia ora. Thank you, and I appreciate the work done on L, because I was freaking out with policy change in the middle of a process and trying to negotiate with government that was going to, yeah, thanks. My question just, and a little bit from Desley, just to get that straight. So the 700 was best estimates, right? We had done zero work, and it was open about that at the time because we couldn't do we did a helicopter view, but we couldn't do the deep dive at that time. Is that correct? And because that was government essentially rushing us before the election.
That's correct, Councillor Hills.
And then the other two, and then there's about, yes, there's a weird middle bit, but there's also the 2Cs, which also we chose partially because the government also wanted to move those forward. And that'll be, I assume, a big part of the sales back. So the 2Cs, we had to buy them, so they've popped into the category 3, but a lot of that could be sold back after the resilience projects.
That's correct. So with a different development form on that land, or in some cases there may be some early wins where we can, on some properties, put some interventions in place that would allow earlier sales.
Yeah. And because of the 300 or 400, like we can't leave those, if we've identified them as risk to life, we just can't leave them or cut off a process halfway through. But you say the government would prefer the mix around, but this will, either option means we are putting in more. Are you saying your early conversations, and they're probably confidential conversations, I guess, are that the government looks like they wouldn't put extra in? Or do you think they're open to that?
I think their preference is to work within the existing funding envelope and shift money between Category 2 and Category 3. So no more new funding, but you do have the ability to request that under the agreement.
Yeah, I do. My preference, and I guess this isn't a question now, my preference would be, and I guess how are you going to cascade these kind of options with the government, would be go harder on extra, because what I'm hearing from government MPs and ministers is they want us to do the blue-green networks and buy out all the houses, but if they don't do the first one, we can't do both. Like we'll have a significant reduction in the resilience projects.
Hence the recommendation from staff that that's the first option we go to the Crown and the government with, Councillor Hills. So making that very point that the resilience program is critical for other reasons than the intolerable risk to life houses. There's other co-benefits around roading, around homes that would otherwise flood. So there are other benefits.
And is there a slightly easier way, and I'm thinking the breadth of information ministers get on top of what we get. You know, I love a spreadsheet, but it is pretty hard to pick and choose what would be missing. Can you make it very clear if there is no additional funding from the government and or they don't allow us to change those formulas of funding, it will mean X number of projects don't happen or whatever. Like I think it needs to be a bit, I know you can't be public with those, but I think it would be important that they know there'll be a significant number of communities that may or may not. I know that Henderson and Wairoa are still up there, the most dangerous, but there may be some areas that will definitely not get a project.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. That is the clarity we have from the government and working with officials is that ministers are expecting that information so they can make decisions.
Okay, Chris.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I don't intend to speak later, so I just want to make a couple of comments and then I've got a couple of questions. Firstly, we're in an open meeting. The people who've been impacted by the floods are probably still, many of them, traumatised and listening in right now. In some ways, it strikes me that we're trying to make too many decisions today. The Mayor is quite right to make sure that there is contestability and a healthy tension as we move forward. But first question is, could we, before we have our meeting in February, have a workshop? Because I think for those listening in, it will be very hard to think, oh, it's the money or the bag in terms of blue-green networks or flood recovery and what's at risk and what's at stake for them. So would you entertain having a workshop so that we can wordsmith these things appropriately with the insight that we will have gained, hopefully, by that time from discussions with government?
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. We will be in a position in that time frame to provide more information. I'm getting an indication from the Chair that he would entertain a workshop for you.
Thank you. That is something I'd like us to give consideration to. And can you just remind me, we have so many working parties, who's on the working party again? So in terms of the delegations that we're giving for work to continue, can you just remind me, along with the CEO, who will be part of that process?
Certainly, Councillor Fletcher. So the Political Advisory Group for Storm Recovery is the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, the Chair, or Councillor Hills as Chair of his committee, and the Chair of this committee. The Chair of Hokura IMSB.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that be expanded to include the Chair of our Budget Committee as well, because this has budgetary implications, and it would be helpful perhaps for his insight on that. In addition to that, when you are looking, and I see that the wording seems to meet everyone's desire here, under L, to look for options for cost minimisation, revenue maximisation, he may be able to give insight into ways in which that could be achieved, you know, how those properties might be handled in that time. So I'm just putting that up as a suggestion. So my last question really is to our director here. Is there anything that we are requiring today? Obviously the recommendations there, not all of them in a sequential sense are going to be able to, is there anything else that we can remove that can be best dealt with in February?
Just got to have a little hold because we've just lost our quorum with the Mayor and Josephine wandering out. So
I could ask our director informally, Barry. Well, we are adjourned until such time you have a quorum. So do we finish recording until such time as we have a quorum?
I don't know what the technicalities are in terms of recording, but at the moment we're just going to hold the meeting, just kind of pause the meeting.
Well, if we're adjourned, we won't have a recording.
Well, yeah, so yeah, automatically, and so
Joe's back,
so we're good to go, I think.
Okay.
So we've regained the quorum, so now we can continue with the meeting. Good story. Glad that it's working.
So
okay.
My question is to Barry. Yes. Barry, I felt that while we need to give officers direction, and I have every confidence in Mace, and I think he inherited a slightly difficult situation from the former flood recovery manager, we need to give a sense of direction to our officers here, but are there some recommendations today that might be better dealt with in February, following a workshop?
Just going to say, I think when these were set up, they were set up on the basis that we would be able to give that they're not binding. They're not. It's not quite the right word, but they're set up on the principle that they would be enacted in February or changed in February once we have that information.
It's just the word endorse can perhaps confuse people.
That's, if I may, Chair, Councillor Fletcher, we are also attempting to give the Crown some assurance around the direction that we're taking here, so that we can work with them, but certainly reporting back in February. I hope that helps.
Well, thank you for indulging me, Chair. I'm happy to support these, but I really do strongly suggest that while there is uncertainty, we have to be mindful when we are discussing these matters in public that there are people who have been and continue to be severely traumatised by this, and I want to ensure that we don't further catastrophise the situation.
Yep, good point. Okay, Greg.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm kind of interested to understand the offset. So we've got these costs going out in terms of the money that we're able to retrieve in terms of us owning, because we end up owning the land and the buildings on it. So can you just give a sense of what offsets we're getting back in terms of, the selling of the land? So that's, because I don't know what the number is. I think that's what Kay's referring to. That's my first question.
So yes, that's what Kay's referring to, and as has been discussed and is now, I suppose, re-emphasised by Al, that the team are working on what opportunities exist with the land parcels that have already been purchased and will be purchased over the remainder of the program. And there is a view that there will be opportunities for, revenue realisation, and that going forward, we would look to recommend that that the council set targets for revenue, and that will be coming back in February to offset some of these additional costs.
So will that include there are people out there that will take a house away and sell it,
Any returns from those are already built into the net costs of deconstruction.
And I guess, do kind of like the Mayor said, it's the whoop moment, you pull up. So is there any lateral thinking that we can do? I guess I just need to ask you this question in terms of council getting in our own way. Is there anything that we need to do politically to remove or make flexibility around our own rules or plans that may be getting in our way accidentally at the moment that we might not be aware of but would be very helpful for you?
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. We can lend our minds to that, but at present we have the tools at our disposal that we require. We are doing some work on what things could look like in the future to avoid these situations or to make them more efficient should we face these situations in the future, and we'll be reporting back to you. And also central government agencies are interested in that as well, so that we can have a more efficient way of dealing with these issues.
And Mason, did I hear you correctly saying that in terms of the current agreement, I know the government wants to work within their envelope, understand that, but we can request for more money. So are we? What?
Yes, that's in one of the resolutions. Councillor says the first one.
Is it? Okay, that's good then. I'll support it.
And so,
okay.
Okay, any further questions? None. Thank you, team. Thank you for that work and that advice. Is there any debate or commentary? Richard?
Just super quick. Yeah, back being on that. I don't think, hang on a second. Sorry, it was just really quick. I think, yeah, a bit dangerous to try and change policy halfway through. Really glad that we've got, you know, a intermediary review phase, I guess, but it's really important we don't start reviewing people that have already been categorised. There's so much confusion out there at the moment, and I just think we do need to push back a little bit onto the government to see what they can do. Their balance sheet is far greater than ours, and the residents that need help are also their residents too. So this is a good start, but I would be worried that we give signals that we're going to be reviewing the policies. If you look back at them that we passed last year, are very clear about what we wanted to do, what we expected from people, and what we weren't able to do. If we go and try and review every retaining wall or review consents from 1984, the cost of this will go up another $1 billion. So we just need to be careful about reneging on what we approved a year or so ago. But I think this is good, but I do want the government to know if they don't help us, there will be a reduction in overall projects. Thanks.
Thank you. Julie.
Thanks. I just want to acknowledge how difficult this is for a lot of people. That you know, we have people in intolerable risk to life situations, and we also have some very real constraints on our ability to fund this. And I think this is probably the best way forward. Yeah, we just cannot end up in a situation where we have to not make offers to everybody with Category 3. That for me is just a bottom line. We can't partway through the process go, hey, sorry, but you applied later than others, so we're looking at you through a different criteria than we've looked at others. So we just have to keep going, I think. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Shane?
Yeah, just really quickly agree with everything that's said, and I'd add in this kind of prefaces the conversation in February that we can't be looking to delay things in terms of the Category 2 projects where we've made promises to communities. We need to fulfil those promises, so we should talk about that more in the new year. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any further comments? None. So we've seen now we have 12 parts to the resolution, and including the last one there. It's been moved and seconded. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? Carried. Thank you. Righty-ho. On sort of a related almost topic, Craig seeking approval for an increased maintenance business case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the good news about this business case is that it's not part of the Crown Council arrangement. This is work that was always going to be 100% funded by Council, and it was part of our Making Space for Water material that went out for consultation through the LTP. So this is really formalising the first 3 years of the LTP, and we are now proposing so the total LTP over the whole period was 135.7 mil, but the request is for the business case for the first 3 years of the LTP, which is $33.25 million for the business case, and then if the business case gets approved, we'll then go through the appropriate procurement processes with the Council Committee early in the new year. So this is across the entire stormwater network, and so what I mean by the entire stormwater network, this relates to inlets, outlets, streams, both private and public, because the new legislation now defines the stormwater network as including both public and private streams, soakholes, manholes, stormwater dams, pipes, culverts, ponds and catch pits. And what we have done is put in place a risk-based prioritisation process across all of our assets, so that when we look to spend $1 on increased maintenance activities, we've got a rational proposition as to why the dollar should be spent here and not there, because there are far more assets than there are monies available to fully maintain all of the assets. So we've got to
have a very hard-nosed prioritisation process to support the investment, and that's what's proposed. And I think at this stage, in the interest of moving ahead, I'll just leave it at that and open for questions. Kia ora.
Thank you. Before we do that, does someone like to move?
I'm very happy to move. This is
Thank
what
you,
the public
Chris.
have asked
Seconder.
for.
And Richard. Okay, so questions. Well, you've explained it beautifully, Craig. Nothing to do with the time. Richard.
I know you love it when I ask more questions. Craig, the question I have just on the maintenance, you know how we had that problems with Te Awataha and Northcote, just planted all those plants and then nothing. Will that sit slightly different to Healthy Waters within community facilities? You know, that more broader project work that's not necessarily just stormwater focused?
This investment is very much focused on maintaining the capacity of the network. We've got other programs that also look at the wider benefits of a planting program, and so a lot of our local board programs, for example, now obviously where there's an opportunity to stitch those two together, we would take advantage of that opportunity. But this is pretty much what I would call sorting out the plumbing.
Shane?
Thanks, Chair. Just in terms of stream clearance activities, how are we working with private businesses to educate them and make sure they're not cluttering up our streams?
Well, I think the key thing is going to be working with the community and private owners, because the problem is if we can't actually do work in a private waterway, we can't necessarily fix the catchment problem. And so that's the whole idea of taking a risk-based approach. And I think we may have talked about this previously with the council around the concept of treating the airspace above the stream as different to the land that sits beneath it. In other words, the asset that we want isn't the land itself, it's the overland flow path or the water that sits across the land. And so that's the area that we need to preserve for water, and that's the intention. And that way we can actually capitalise any work that's done on private property by effectively buying the air right above the property where the flows will occur in heavy rain events. Kia ora.
Ken?
Thank you. You talked about keeping the capacity. We seem to have dropped, like right across the family group, any talk about increased capacity, building back better, being prepared for increases in volumes.
The intention will be to provide for a network that is designed to cope with effectively what a new design event is going to look like. We're still doing final work on that at the moment, but the new design storm going forward won't be the same as the old design storm. And so any future decisions we make around effectively resizing do need to take into account that the future's changed for what we used to manage historically.
Okay, any further questions? None. Good work. Thank you, Craig. You can step back and wander off to the train. Okay, any discussion on this? No, no debate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. And against? Carried.
Have you got a mover and seconder, mate?
Yeah. It's just not up there.
Aye.
I'm ahead of you, mate. Righty-ho, item 16, status update on action decisions. Thank you, Julie. Seconded, Greg. Nice work. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. And against, carried. And summary of the transport and whatever information memoranda. Greg's going to move and Richard's going to second. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye, and against, carried. There's no extraordinary business. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time, and on behalf of the little team here, have a happy Christmas.